All right, if we break down here, guys, I'm short for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now. Target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
All right, I'm taking this.
The upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live price and historical data, right?
Right there.
Welcome, this is PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics.
PackTV, God given, so I gotta make it happen. I'm on mission, not like them, I'm different. That bag come with a pension, talk about that business. Like I'm hard all in the pain, shining hard, don't need no chain. All this drip, it feel like rain. Everything on me, got it on my name. They don't got it like this, they don't talk it like this. I was built for this. That TV not like guns, take it away.
Stop me, it's me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself. They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn the script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many miles out the throne. China rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn the script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
One more time, it's the time. It's the magic hour. Drez catches sings on my brothers in the rain. Karl with the boomer going in, turn the page. Miguel catching 10 points, me and not the same. It's the magic hour, all the money getting made.
Drez catches swings on my brothers in the rain. Karl with the boomer going in, turn the page. Miguel catching 10 points, me and not the same. It's the magic hour, all the money getting made. Magic hour, hey, magic hour, hey, PackTV, hey, PackTV, hey, magic hour, hey, magic hour, hey, PackTV, hey, PackTV.
Hey, we here. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Magic Hour of the Pack Trade Group. We are here live every Monday morning from 6:30 to 6:40, all the way to 8:20, 8:30, right before the New York One session. If you're new here, welcome. Hit that like button and let's get started. We have more traders coming in a little bit. Drez is gonna be joining shortly, and we might even have Karl, which is another Magic Hour trader, coming as well. I see some familiar faces. Good morning, Brooke. Good morning. Good morning, Tor. Yes, sir. Wes, good morning. Pete, good morning. Thank you for being here. All right, so I'm gonna go through my workflow here for the morning. I already took some executions, trying to go for that B12 mid, which is right now is the main target that we have for today, and I'll explain why. Let's go to the daily profiler over here. Make sure we are in New York. And we filter. And if you're new here, you don't know what the daily profiler is. It's pretty much a dashboard, a database dashboard that we use to enter things that are happening in the charts. And it gives us statistics on the next most probable move of the daily candle. That's the whole goal of the daily profiler, is to decipher or solve what the daily candle is doing based on historical data, and we use those statistics to know when to start looking for an entry, to what direction, and what target to expect out of that entry, and when to realize that you're wrong based on also some invalidations based on the data. So I'll go more into detail when I'll do my work game here shortly, but pretty much pretty simple. You can see that we have an HS session that went in theory we went short falls, but this is more like a long falls for me, because if you look at what price did, we opened, we did like a one tick wander down, but the strong move and the strong pivot was the first strong move was to the upside, and then the strong pivot around 8 o'clock 2015, which is 8:15 at night Eastern time, New York. We went back down to the downside. So for me, this is a long falls. The more you use the daily profiler, the more you get used to really seeing it and customizing it to yourself. So I'm gonna put long falls for me, even though the chart says short falls. If you look at the price cloud, it looks pretty similar to what we did, right? You know, like we opened up, we went down a little bit, but then we made a big move up, and then slowly but surely, the rest of the Asia session was down. So for me, that's what we did in Asia. Good morning, Pete. We got the Floridian. Good morning, EP. Sir, Daily Profiler, the master himself said it exactly. There you go. So, anyways, that's for me. And if you're new, you just starting the boot camp, or you just joining. Again, the more practice you put into, the more you're gonna start seeing that for yourself. London, we went long out of London. Let me see, 6:44. We are late for the falls. So I'm probably gonna bank that we're gonna stay true, even though we might retrace down here. But for now, it's just long. And just with this on right here, there's two variables that we have. There's 2 points of data. You can tell that when we go to the P12 times and percentage, the P12 mid, which is right here, like I said, 29,794.50, has an 84% to get hit, and the main time, the mode where it usually does, is from 6 to 6:15, and the median, aka if it stretches. If it doesn't do it in that time and it stretches longer, it's 7:30 to 7:45. So you could say, for me, you could say 6 to 7:45. And then if we don't hit it by then you got the next. I'll be expecting it to happen after New Year, after 8:30. 9:30 to 9:45 is the next highest bucket of probability where that 84% gets fulfilled. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the chart right now. I aimed for it earlier, got stopped out in profit, and now I'm just being patient. I have shout out to Jerry. This is the Jerry time and price indicator, where pretty much you select the time period and it'll give you the data for MAE and MFE of that time period that you selected. So here I have the 12 hours from 6 to 1600 on a Monday, and you can see that we have median MAE down here at 702 and average MAE 684, aka before we start heading up to the upside, you could expect the median pullback, or the median negative movement towards that upside that you're going to see is over here. So right now we are a little late from hitting that, that median 6 to 6:15. So what I'm seeing is I want to see if we go over here, hit the MAE for the Jerry indicator, and then start forming reversals similar like we did over here off the London OU, and then go hit that P12 mid, So right now, just being patient, sitting on my hands. We got Drez in the building. Drez, welcome. Are you ready to talk, or you need a little bit more time? Drez is he's working and dealing with inspector and co-workers and stuff like that, and then he's also trading. So he'll just feel free to jump right in whenever. And if you're talking,
give me a few. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Yes, sir. Yeah. Whenever you're ready, just cut me off. Don't worry. All right. So let me keep going over here. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put true for London. because again, London, we have the mode and median to go false is from 4:30 to 5:30. Right here, London session false. I had to take that out in order to show you. Yeah, London false times 4:15 to 5:30. There you go. So it's already past that, and we are way above the London session or the London range that we use. So that means we're most likely gonna stay true until 7:30 when New York One starts its range. And if you're new here and you don't know what I'm talking about when I say long, false, non-true, all that stuff, well, simply there's some things that we use to measure each session of the day. We break it down into 4 sessions. We got Asia, London, New York 1, and New York 2, and pretty much it's a range. So we have a range for Asia is from all the way from 1800 to 1930 Eastern time. London is from 2:30 to 3:30 Eastern time as well, and New York 1 is 7:30 to 8:30. So pretty much what that means is between 7:30 and 8:30, or in this case, let's do London, between 2:30 and 3:30, price is gonna move up and down like it always does, and it's gonna create a range. That's the range right here. After 3:30, we're gonna wait for price to break to one side or the other. In this case, we broke to the upside. So now, for us, this is London long. And then the next session starts in New York 1 at 7:30. So if we break to the upside and we don't go and take the opposite side, in this case the downside, before 7:30, then it's gonna be a London long true in this case. If we were to have broken to the downside and stay on the downside, and then 7:30 comes around and we never came back into the opposite side of that range, then it would be a short true London, right? So right now it says long none because it's not 7:30 yet, but I'm already anticipating that we're gonna stay true because it's past the broken time. The false time, which is again 4:15 to 5:30, and we did not make that pivot to go to the opposite side. So most likely this is gonna stay true, and that's what we got, right? So anything could happen. 7 o'clock can open up, new hour, and we could just have Trump make a tweet and drop all the way down. But for the most part, following data, that's is very not usual, I should say. It could happen, but for me, I'm gonna put it as true. So now I'm gonna look at that P12 mid, and now you can see we went to 82%. So actually went down a little bit. That's weird. You would think being true, it would actually be higher. But anyways, 84 and 82%, which is pretty good. Jeff, seeking coffee starting the week and then with you guys. Good morning, Jeff. Yes, sir. All right, awesome. See.
This how music.
Oh, I don't know.
You got music in the building?
Maybe
I hear music.
you hear music right now?
Yeah,
I heard some piano and then I don't hear it anymore.
I hear piano in the back.
Oh, okay, let me see. I think
Somebody's typing here.
I think it's Pocket playing with us.
Pocket, you got music here? It scared me, bro. Yeah.
He lowered the volume. Austin added it. There you go.
Yo, I'm like, yo, what's going on? I'm looking crazy here. I'm like,
Yeah.
what's happening? All right.
You know, make it a little entertaining, I guess, for people. All right, so
Yes, sir. What's
Yes,
up,
sir.
bro? How you doing?
I'm
how was
doing-
your weekend?
you already know I'm tired, but good.
You
See,
traded last night? No.
no. I wanted to.
No?
No, I was out
Mm.
and I was on my phone and I was looking at everything, but I didn't feel comfortable taking it on my phone because we were very aggressive. You know, we double Asia. We went we went 1.6 70% almost,
Yeah.
which is double from what we usually do. So I was like, oh man, this is really aggressive. I don't feel that comfortable executing on the phone, so I just let it go.
Okay. That's
How about you?
okay.
You took some of that?
See?
See, oh
Yes,
man,
sir. Yeah, man. I got a short. I mean, with right here at 2015, I got in. Once we came back into Sunday range, that,
Mhm.
that rejection on top, it was all she wrote.
Oh, she wrote, yes, sir.
Yeah. Also, shout out to the gun ship. Gun ship
Yeah,
ball.
so the moon chip as well. Mm-hmm.
We hit the average targets. I love that rejection up there. And came back in. Right here, 2015, I got short.
See,
Yes, sir. I didn't hold it all the way down because we were short fall. So I'm like, yo, I mean, 5 points short, right? It was weird. So I didn't feel comfortable as well. We got back in sun. Anything could have happened. I don't know if that drop was news because I was out, but I know we up and I got down. And with my 12 hours, was my 12 hours. We came up. We hit the average and medium MAE, right? Got close to yesterday's opening PM opening price, Friday, I mean. And we didn't take that high, but this gap right here was like, okay, do we fill it up and keep going, or what's gonna happen? So once we got back in Sunday's range, I know there was some funny business going on, and that's why I short. My stop loss was there. I started lowering, and then eventually I took profits. Yeah. So this is my
Sir.
chart right now. Is weekly MAE, MFE, and bro, look at this, bro. Perfect right here.
the black lines
Yep.
are the weekly.
Yeah, this is the weekly. Yep, the weekly average MAE, MFE.
Yes, sir.
He came
Shout
down.
out to Barry.
Yeah, baby. So we are below the previous month 50. We are. How you got Asia? Long falls? Or short falls?
I got a long falls.
Long falls.
Yeah,
Yeah, it makes sense.
That's
makes
that's
sense.
what we did when you look at the price model.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense for having a long falls. Because this short right here, we went higher, right? Like short, but we still went lower. So but you gotta be a vet in the boot camp. You understand that? Because some people, oh, but the chart says short falls. Why are you putting long falls? You gotta
Yeah.
back test. Yeah.
Yeah, the more like I said earlier, if you're new, don't be frustrated. The more you repeat it over and over, you're gonna start seeing it for yourself. Like it's gonna be obvious.
Right.
Yeah, but at first,
Yeah, man. So
nothing wrong with what how what the chart says.
No,
Eventually,
yeah. That's why you follow price. We follow price here. We follow
Yeah.
live price. And yeah, Gunches is beautiful for that.
see,
Yeah, baby. See? And right now we're just chilling.
mm-hmm.
We're just chilling right now. We are ranging right here close to like 6 a.m. 6 a.m. up opening prices below us right now. And
It's
we just
above.
up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. So we haven't hit that. You did wargaming already? What's the probability here?
82% for the P2 mid,
At what time?
or 84. 6 to 7:30, 7:45.
Okay, we got 1 minute left for 7 a.m. open. Let's see. This hour look like ranging. Oh wow, that's what we did up and down. Let's see what happens. We go get it at 7. 7 what? 7:15.
Yeah. So if you don't, I have true for London already, but if you take the true out, it has 84% from 6 to 7:45. And then if you put true
Okay.
for London, it goes down a little bit, which is weird to me, but it goes down to 82, and it still is from 6 to 8:30. So
when you put it through this low, you goes higher or lower?
it goes lower by 2%.
The London on YouTube?
The London OU? No, I was talking about the P2 mid.
Yeah, that's what. I haven't done my work game. That's why I'm asking.
The London
Let's go. Here
OU.
we go.
There we
7
go.
a.m. just came hot.
About to hit it right there, right on time.
Yeah,
See?
damn. Okay. Well, no trade
Yeah,
for me there.
no time to get in it. No structure. I wanted to see it go down a little more before I get on it, but
Yeah.
sometimes that happens. It just goes without you.
It really does. I mean,
Let me see. London OU you were talking about, right?
Huh?
You said you wanted to find out London OU.
Yeah, what's the probability now?
Okay, London OU has a with a true London, which I'm expecting is gonna stay true, is 75% broken, and the broken time is 8:30 to 9:45.
25?
Yeah, 8:30 9:45.
Without.
So market open.
Mhm.
So what it's saying is,
Yeah.
we have a 75% probability, but if at market open, to come down here and retest this middle. That's what the OU means, the middle of that London range. Remember, I was talking about how we have the ranges: Asia, London, New York 1, New York 2. The middle of the range, the middle of that movement is, we call it the OU, under over, or over under, I should say. Justun, gunship for real, cash flow instant hit, baby. Oof.
There we go. That's hockey, right?
Falca was able to take that move. We still didn't fulfill the P2 mid, so we could still see the retest. Maybe, but I doubt it. I think we just missed that move, unfortunately. Like I said, I went for it earlier, and then I was not able to capture it because it came and stopped me getting profit. And I was waiting for lower prices to re-enter for it, but it did not happen, unfortunately. I'll show you my execution for it. If you can see my screen here, you should be able to see the execution for that. Pocket, if you can, if you're there. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, so I was going for the move early at 6 and give me the swing over here. I've been taking that, but it stopped me in profit, and then I went for another go and they kicked back and stopped me as well. So I sat out. I waited. I was waiting for price to go lower to that Jerry MAE, which was the top of the London range, and then go. But 7 o'clock came in hot. No waiting for you. It just went without me, you know.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
No. I'm frozen again.
You frozen?
Yeah. Yeah.
Man.
I don't know what's going on. I guess the DM didn't like me. See? Yes, sir.
Toma.
Man, we hit that to the tick right there. Let me see. Highest is 92.50. Yeah, 92 is where in NQ. Well, we didn't hit it in MNQ. Oh, look at that dirty dog. We hit the P12 mid in NQ, but not in MNQ. This is something important. In this case, well, we're about to hit it in both now. But we always, the dashboard that we use for the daily profiler is always based on NQ, not MNQ. So that's usually the one with, if there's some discrepancies between the two, you always take what NQ is telling you. But it doesn't matter, we just hit it on both right now. Both got hit. So another thing I'm looking at while I see my trade happen without me is we have the 5-week EMA, which is pretty nice in the higher time frame. We use that for to see where we could go on the weekly. Let me turn some of this stuff up so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. And let's hydraulics and then turn random high time frame. Okay, this is pretty nice. So this blue line you see here is the 5-week EMA. And then this green line up here is 3% above that line for the week. And then this one down here is 3% down from that line. So actually, instead of putting on a memory tool, I'm just going to turn my GPS on. And then you can see that here, right? So you can see this, the top of the box here is 2.5%, and then the bottom of the box is the minus 3% to the downside. So this, you also learned it on the bootcamp. When we open up, we tend to, to once we are above the 2% to 3%, we tend to turn around and make a move back to the EMA. And for the downside, we went and hit the 0.5% to the downside right here last night at 1 a.m. And then on the higher time frame, we form a swing. And where did we return to? We returned to the 5-week EMA. And now, well, in this case, I wouldn't say now we're going to go back up, because in this case, we open up already above. We open up above the 5-week EMA, and we hit the 1% to the upside, and then we drop to the 50 to the downside. So yeah, it's just interesting to see those levels get respected like that. That's something I always have in the back of my mind. Well, as you can see, I haven't I have them marked up over here, 5-week EMA. This is important for me to see, so I know where we're at and where we're heading. And we hit that P12 mid, and now we're forming bearish structure. See, back below the 6 a.m. opening price, close below it on 2 minute. Let's see what are we doing with the gunship Drez? Oh, Austin is running 2 micros. Oof. Let's see what we do here on the 7 a.m. opening price. Because this might be a classic. We take the mid, and then we start rejecting towards that London OU, which is 75%. But that will be an early move, because that move is not called on the data till 9:30. So we go there now, we're definitely front running it. Did we hit something for the gunship? Did we hit the cash flow for the magic hour move?
For the 3 a.m. break, we hit the extended target.
Made a new low for the hour.
We hit the 50%,
but it's still within the quarter one of the hour. Is still within 7:15. So this could just be a nice pullback to go back up.
Wow. Hey, we hit the. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
The 5 EMA and the previous 150 to the T right here.
Yeah, I was talking about the 5-week EMA. Yes, sir.
We hit it, and we get it right now. P12 man.
Drez, you're not sharing your screen. If whatever, I think he said he
Gonna froze.
Yeah.
If I move my screen, let me see.
Try to share it again.
Is that it? Hello? Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we hit it right here, right now.
There we go. See?
See? And we hit cash here to the market 3 a.m. break. And the one I really like is this one. We rejected there again. See? Austin short? What you say? I said you heard.
No, he was on. He was holding a runner, I believe.
Oh, man. Okay. See. Yeah, I'm being patient. We got 15 more minutes for New York 1 to begin. I'm gonna wait. You get more volatility when that happens.
Sure.
Let's see if this move. Let's see what happens at P12 mid. We rejected once. Let's see what happens. We form the swing here. Start going low. Get above it. Keep going high.
Yeah. So pretty much what I'm looking at is I'm gonna wait till 7:30 for New York 1 to start, and if we take the obviously we take the high, high right now, and expecting higher prices, and if we take the low, then I'm expecting lower prices. Kind of obvious. So I'll be looking for maybe pullbacks to get in with that move.
See.
Projecting the 6 a.m. right now.
Yeah.
But I can already tell we're gonna have higher prices. I mean, I'd be very surprised if we don't. We're gonna go back to that peaceful mid. And the reason is because you usually see we have a big wick here on the 15 minutes. Right? We have a bullish candle with a big wick that went and took that peaceful mid. Before this a pivot, there's usually 3 candles or 2 that form that middle finger pattern, right? So this will be the first finger. So now we need the middle, which has to go higher, and then the last finger is where you start looking for your trades. So I'm already expecting us to go take that high.
Yeah.
See.
Yeah. I can't even see the chat.
You can see the chat.
Here we go. 7:15. 15 minute opening.
Austin says I got 1 micro at 8:15.50 and 1 micro at 8:35 for the runner. Stop loss at 6:83. All cash flow targets now. So he's already good to go.
He's set.
All right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we are. Let's see.
We are closing above that 6 a.m. price. You know what? I'm gonna be starting a position here with 2 micros.
What, long?
For a long, yes, sir. Stop is gonna be that Q1 low. Which is 750. And third, ignore the pin of the P12 man here. For that micro that I got, 792. And then I'm gonna have my final micro here at the median MAE for Jerry, which is 841. And then if I get confirmation after taking that high, then I might be looking to that pullbacks.
Tú estás long. Let's go. Oh, you got long in the other platform. I got you.
Sir. Stop is at the Q1 low right there.
Yo no me gusta hacerlo.
Hmm? Yeah, it's a little it's about to be 7:30, right? But it's worth the risk for me. We'll see what happens.
No, that's fine. Yeah. I'm off. I'm not taking that trade.
Mhm.
I'm waiting for 7:30 to see. Because yeah, I don't like this. The way this is looking right now. This is the breakout situation. When we don't break, we just stay here and then whoop. Yeah.
Yeah, I just like the opening price rejection from the 7 o'clock, and then we closed above 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So I got it 775, 9775. So with two micros.
Two microbios, two micros. See,
See,
go. Yeah.
we're making that move up, but I do agree with you. If we take that low, then obviously we're going lower, which just looks like that's what it's gonna happen. But we'll see.
Oh, man.
There it is. All right,
See.
stopped out. Step out of that position.
Yeah. Yeah, we rejected that P2 made very strong.
Now I'm liking it. Now I'm seeing the structure
So what? Short?
for the short. Yeah, because we took that P2. We took the low for the hourly.
Yes, sir. We're about to slide. Here we
Low
go.
prices.
People sleeping here. Gotta wake up, guys. What's up?
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. We are getting short before 7:30. Man, I'm gonna leave you here. Hay que subirse ahí arriba. One second. Yo.
Mm.
Yes,
sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes, sir. You got coffee, bro? You gotta drink that coffee.
No coffee for me.
Yeah, we got 5 minutes for 7:30.
Mm-hmm.
We are right now fighting it. We got 130 low a day and a 2010 high a day. How you feel about that?
I think the higher day is more locked in than the low for me.
The low?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. I mean, the keys for us is that P to omit. Whatever happens here before is what we do. This next hour, 1:30 to 8:30. Get this above and we submit. Then we could come back into HLU that. But if this P12 mid be the wolf, then we could use some right back down to test that London OU and probably make a buy my market open. So yeah, we track P12 mid for the daily candle situation. Like we are at inflection point right now. We are at key level, key structure right here forming. Is we gonna go put a low day, or we just gonna leave it alone and go higher? See midnight. And midnight is right here
Midnight's
too,
all the way
below. So it's a weird day. It's a weird day. Got a weird day right now. Let me see. We got a 12-hour inside bar, most likely. No. Yeah. See. No. We took the low. That's. Yeah, P2 mid is key, guys. For sure. This is everything right here, right now. Ahí está el long suyo. Ese es el long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we trade to, the level of our system. You got it long, that was your trade. That's it.
Yeah, yes, sir. It happens.
And we are expanding volatility, okay? Look at that. We overspend in London. See, so I do spend year one to move to and be 0.98%. I expect it goes higher than that, about 350 points for sure. And New York too is. So yeah, I'm get moving. This week we got CPI. We got hella news this week. So volatility expanding. That's what you expect on this news event like that. I don't know if we got news today. Let me check. We got 1 minute for year one and long true. Let's see, Monday we don't have no news today. And earnings season as well. We're starting earnings season too. Yeah. So earnings season. Also, you get some palatable. Here we go, long true. Like Odiani was saying, with a short force or long force. Long force. Let me see, side. See. Check something out. Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
No, you're coming through.
Every time I do something, it grows. Yeah. See. Oh man. See. You stay home after this? Or you work? Sí. Pero ¿usted me oye?
Es que usted está hablando cuando usted se va y tiene el micrófono donde no es. Acuérdese de lo que yo le dije. You gotta put the microphone on the headphones.
Que yo me voy.
¿Eh?
Es que se frisa, no es que yo me voy, ¿no?
Oh, yeah, okay. I thought you were walking away. But I can hear you now.
Oh man. Privy, ¿me oye?
Yeah, I can hear you, sir. See.
Yeah, okay. It's been frozen for like 10 minutes. Yeah.
Damn.
We
I'm trying to see
we're fighting
here.
Vito man right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to see. It's gonna give me the swing, so I could take that low, or if it's just gonna keep bouncing up. Being a little patient now. It's 7:30. New York 1. So based on the daily profiler here, we have a 52% to be short. New York 1 and a 47 to be long, so it's kind of like 50-50 in a way. Not that much of a difference. But we do have 65% to be false. So that has the advantage over the truth. That means that we are most, based on the data, we have 65% to be false. So if we go New York long to the Jerry MAEs over here, and the Sunday low, right? We can reject from there and then make a false and drop to that low, the new probability you were talking about. Or we could go short first, get to the Jerry MAEs, get to the London at 9:30, and then bounce from there. You can go it could go either way, really. So
Yeah.
gotta be really really patient and listen to live price, right? Because live price is king. So whatever
Yeah.
live price decides to do, make sure you're able to pivot, right? Don't be afraid to admit that you took a trade that just didn't work out for you, and be patient and wait for the next one. So
See, that's right. Yeah.
wait for it to be in line with what you're seeing.
Now, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
If you were to teach somebody new
Mm-hmm.
something that you like to do in the chart, what would be that thing that you teach them? That is like your bread and butter. And you be like, if I see this, I'm doing this. No question asked.
Okay, perfect. That would be the Jerry's MAE aligned with the data as well. Reversal. So I'll give you an example right now. And I'm gonna make it super clean so that way it's easy to read. And
Austin, you ready? See.
All right.
What you got for the people? Let them know.
Okay,
Sauce.
so yes, sir. So we have indicator here. Let me hide the drawings. Hide drawings. Okay, we have an indicator here. It's the Jerry time and price, aka you select the time frame, and it will calculate the average and median MAEs and MFEs to the downside and the upside in that time range. In this case here, what I like to use, I like to use 12 hours. I like to use the 1800 to 6 a.m. and 6 a.m. to 1600. And right here, we have this is the 18 to 6 a.m. And this purple lines over here are the median and average MAEs, and then this blue or light blue lines are the average MAE, MFE, and median MFE, right? So what I like to see is, for example, I like us to open up that time and price range, aka this would be Sunday. This was 1800, and I like price to go and take those lines. I prefer when it takes both lines. In this case, you can see that we went down. We opened up, went down to the MAEs over here, and we went down and we passed them, right? So now my job is to wait for structure to jump on a possible reversal, MAE to MAE. So once it takes one of the MAEs, I want to see a reverse and go and take the other MAEs, right? So in this case, you can see that we opened up, we went down, and then we started forming what I call this, like a swing pattern. This is the 15-minute. I like to go down once we take those MAEs. I like to go down on a lower time frame. I prefer the 2 minutes, but you can do this in any other time frame that you prefer, like the 5 or the 1 minute. It's up to you. I know Drez likes the 5. I like the 2. So right here is when we went down in 8:15, and we took those 2 lines right there. Boom. Okay, so we formed that low, and then I need to see that middle finger pattern, that swing, right? So after we took that low, we had another red candle, couldn't take out that low. Then we have a green candle, but that green candle couldn't close above this last red candle. Then we get another red candle, couldn't take out that low, so still being respected. And then we get this green candle that closes above this last red candle. So now I can go ahead and I can measure. This is my zone of entries, and then this is my invalidation down here. And as you can see, we came up. We came up. We closed up here, and then we came and retest. We retest the 75%. I could have had the limit order there, right? Or I could have just entered here. Have another entry at the 50% of that, and then the stop at the 20 at the here at the low, similar to what I just did with this trade I just took earlier. And then we went up 37 points. I'm gonna be covering the queen around 12 points or 0.04% from price, and then I'm quick to move to break even, because in case this fails and we make a new low, right? So at least I have cash flow for that one try, pretty much. So as you can see, that happened, right? We covered the queen, and then we came back to entry. I would have got out there with like a cash flow trade. So that would have been the first attempt at it. And then this, and then we have a new low. We make a new low. We take the previous low. Same thing, right? Then this red candle can take that low, and then we get a green candle that closes below the last red candle that couldn't take out that low. Same thing. This is where my my zone of entries will be, my pullbacks where I'm waiting to enter. As you can see, I could enter right there, and then I could have taken over the queen, 12 points, and ride all the way to MFE, right? To MFE on the other side, which is over here, and that would be 140 points. And then you can see that really quick, without going much into details. You can see that happening all the time. Over here, actually, this is only showing Sundays, but this is probably a case where I would have taken that trade, maybe got stopped out, or maybe get some cash flow. But you can see this trade happening all the time. We go to MFE to MAE to MAE. You see it all the time, right? Like we went MAE, and then we went to the other MAE. And then if you combine that, see MAE, back to the other MAE. You can see that, once it starts, here we open, we didn't even make it to the MAE over here. And this is only Sunday, and I do this with every single 12-hour period. I just don't have it on the chart right now, so it's not too crazy, but you can see MAE. In this case, I would have got a little bit of movement and gotten it stopped out. Same thing here. We came MAE, but I wouldn't be trying to take both sides. I would have taken one side only. And that's the trade. The trade is MAE to MAE. And then you combine that with the daily profiler, aka we have P12 made up here. We're at 90%, and it's about to be 6 o'clock, and all that good stuff. And that way, you combine it with more data. Like, for example, look at right now, we open up 6 a.m. We haven't decided which MAE we're going to hit first, right? We can come down here and then go up here, or we can come up here and then go down here. So, yeah, that's you combine it with other things in the daily profiler, like are we more likely to be false? Like if we're up here, like for today, New York 1, we have a 65% to be false. So if we go long out of New York, and then we, 8:30, we up here by the MAEs of Jerry's, and then we start forming those swings. I'm gonna be taking stabs at those swings to go back to MAE over here, which is also happens to be where that London OU is gonna be as well. So I got data on top of data, and that's what I like to see. That's one of my favorite setups. So hopefully that was clear and helpful. And yeah. Hello. Did I lose people? Oh, Drez is probably frozen. But yes. Let me turn back my indicators. You like that one, Shaq? Good. Yes, sir. So pretty much is you got other things too, like gunship as well, that you can combine it with. So pretty much you see this happening, every 12-hour period. You can see how we go to one of the MAEs, and sometimes we pass them and we go all the way to MFE, right? Without returning. But that's okay. Usually you will get invalidated and you take a control stop and you're good to go to take the next trade. You know what I mean? But yeah, if I had to teach somebody something that I like to do, and it's my bread and butter, that's it. Be patient, wait for probabilities to align. Let the MAE targets, or there's other levels besides the MAE, but the MAEs are my favorites from Jerry's indicator. But I also use the 5-week EMA levels. I use the Sunday levels, the Tuesday levels, which we call them picapollos. I have them here on the charts. Tuesday high, P12 low, right? The P12 levels. Another good one, NFP levels, right? Like NFP 50, NFP low, previous month 50. All those big time frame levels. I look at everything, and then pretty much I just gotta see us hitting those levels, or MAEs and MFEs, and then seeing if we're gonna continue or if we're gonna start making a reversal from that area. The high of day, low of day, from the daily profiler, which I haven't done because it's not 8:30 yet. But pretty much at 8:30, I'll make my high of day, low of day boxes, distributions, right? And then those levels too, I use them as confluence. So that's what it is. That's what it is for me. Hopefully it makes sense.
Yo, you hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you now. See.
Yo. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What's up?
Yeah. No, that was good. I hope I understood everything. I was frozen, bro, but I put in my YouTube and heard you. And yeah, we got a similar process. Me and you. Yeah. That was good explanation right there.
Well, yeah. I'm not
situation.
Yeah, I'm not afraid to say I learn a lot from you. So, we we are gonna have that similar process for sure. Man, we're dropping like a rock.
See, I'm frozen. Key. I'm actually on that short.
Nice, nice.
See, y'all hear me? No, they're right now.
Yeah, I can hear you. Around here, sir. See.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
Oh, now you're cutting off. Yeah.
But we got that swing. If you
You sounded like a robot there, cutting off a little bit. Let me see. So, while we get dressed back, it's about to be 8 o'clock. About to be a new hour open. We currently have a Q4 low for 7. So expecting a Q1 high for 8 and then continuation to the lower side. But we'll see, because right here we just ranging, so we could definitely just keep ranging up and down until market open. But yeah, I would expect a Q1 high for 8 o'clock, which is in 3 minutes.
hello, hello.
See,
Y'all hear me?
what's going on? Yes, sir.
Oh no. I'm dealing with internet problem this early. It's not good. Not good. Get me mad, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's going in and out.
I took TP. I'm taking TP right here, right now.
Nice.
But you go on the 15 minutes to tell the people so I can see how I see it.
Yeah.
Go to the 15.
Mm-hmm.
Let me know when you're in the 15.
Yeah. Oh, no.
That's the 2
not-
minutes.
This is the 15.
See? So like I said, we have a very similar approach. If we're able to tell somebody new, this is what I would tell them. I will gather a zone, which is for me that Sunday range, right? Sunday range. We use 1800, so market like Asia Open. That range go all the way from 1930. Once I have that range, I can have a better assessment of what we might do next. So my thinking is always what's gonna happen next. So We form that zone, 1800 to 1930. I see where we at, and if by 2000 we have a low day, a new low, well, I'm looking for that reversal. Or we have a high, well, I'm looking for that reversal, going back into Sunday range. Then, while we're inside that range, I do quadrants. I measure that whole range. I put it into quadrants. So you have a quadrant, you can show them, audience.
Okay, give me 1 second.
So get the Sunday range completely, put it into 4.
Let me hide the Jerry indicators for you.
Yeah, hide it for now. Yeah.
I hide Jerry's indicators so it's clear. I'm gonna hide this and this, and let me hide some of the drawings so I can keep drawing without activating the ones that I don't want.
And we are dropping like it's hot.
See, that's what I was looking at. That's why it's all right. Let's teach the people, and then I can make my money back. All right. All right. Cool. Now I'm on the 15. No drawing. So now I'm gonna grab a quadrant and show you what he's saying. Right. So Sunday range. Let's put the quadrant here. The whole Sunday range that you want, right?
Yeah, whole Sunday range. Yeah.
Okay.
The first hour and a half.
Yes, sir. Right here. Boom.
So once I have that, then this 20, 75, 50% of that range makes sense to me. I can be like, all right, I can come in. We make a low at 2000, whatever. What's that low? What time we make that low?
35.
Okay, so at 1945, which we made the low, but we close above. We tried to go lower, but wicks do the damage, body tell the story. We closed, we couldn't close below. The next candle open, which is 8 o'clock, and we went false. So yeah, that would be a loan for me going to the other side of the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So pretty simple. My stop loss goes below that low, and that's all she wrote. I would go for 20, 25 points. I'm using Gumshoe now, so it's making it easier for me. So it's something that I added to my game plan, which is gunship levels, those average levels that you see, and medium targets and all of that. So yeah, last night I didn't take the long because I missed it. I took the short back inside. So once we got the the next 15-minute candle came, we closed inside. So I'm like, oh, okay. I went in the 5 minutes. If you go in the 5 minutes, you can see it clean. See, I had the swing there. Oh, that next candle I got short. 2005, right? 2020, yeah, 2030.
Yeah, you
2035.
You went short here, 20.
Right there. Yeah.
The green candle.
2025. Yeah, I got short.
Yeah.
The red can.
This one.
That one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
that's a short. 2025. That's a short. Why? Because we closed inside. Next candle got above. Then the next candle we claimed. That was this. You see high. That high is the stop, and that's so she wrote down to that. He rejected that mid, that line, kept going, and she rejected that 25 level, kept going. Once we points and chilling.
yes, sir. That was.
So yeah, I use these levels for the whole week. The whole entire these levels make sense to me. It's crazy if you bootcamp or you are in the bootcamp and you haven't get that lesson. you get that lesson of how to make weekly profits, these ranges make sense too. So I use it every day, nonstop. Together, use it,
See,
but I'm just explaining a little bit. For
you're cutting off a
now,
little bit.
um,
You were cutting off a little bit after you said I use Tuesday too.
yeah, this is the bread and butter. This Sunday range is the bread and butter for me. I use other things as well, but if this is the range, we form inside structure in it. Oh, see how your price react when we get there. Sometimes we leave and never. That's an extremely bullish week or extremely bearish week, and sometimes we leave right here again. So yeah,
Yeah. Dress, you were after a while there, you were cutting off really bad. So it
that's
looks
it.
like you're back now, but you
That's
were
all I got. Frozen again.
yeah, you were cutting off there. But yeah, I mean, we might have to redo that clip in the Discord where you don't freeze. But yeah, um, that's your bread and butter. The Sunday and Tuesday range, the pica pollos. That's what he calls them.
Damn. Oh,
Oh man. Hey, Brady, you were cutting off a lot.
I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on.
No, it's not your fault.
But yeah, if you were here earlier, we said this 12 P12 is key, and it was key. We rejected 2 times, but and yeah, now we're getting back into that London on you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there you have it. Clean, very clean.
Clean, clean, cash, cash, money, money. Sir.
Yeah, that's what we like. Clean,
Let
clean.
me see.
See.
My things back.
Y esa bulla suya. ¿Te vio la patilla? El privity.
Sí.
El tigre tiene una energía hoy aquí.
Activo.
Chach. Este short estaba lindo.
Estaba lindo, fíjate. Yo estaba a punto con ese show y usted me sacó de ahí.
Yeah.
Eh,
Eso es lo que es.
sí. Sí. Suspect. I think this one up here. Beside this one. I don't think this one up here either. Sorry. And what if anybody's looking at my chart, because I believe this is still the chart. I'm just I do the same thing that I show you guys that I do with the January MAEs and MFEs. I do the same thing. When I go on the 2 minutes and I look for those they're called CISD, change in state of delivery. If you're familiar with ICT, that's what they call them. So that that's how I learned to call them, because I learned from Drez, and Drez is an ICT guy, and other people as well, other mentors. So I do the same thing that I do on the 2 minute. I do it on the higher time frame as well. So that's just to give me guidance to where I'm gonna expect price to start finding some weakness. Possibly. It's not a guarantee. It's a possibility, just like everything. So, and then I still got to see the same thing, right? Like I still got to see because these ranges are a lot bigger in terms of move of points, right? Like risk. So this move right here is 312 points. That's 1%. So if it comes into the 75 right here, if it comes here to the 75, I still got to see it on the lower time frame form. Give me an entry that I can manage. I cannot just enter here and put the stop all the way at the top. So, but it's still good for me to see them in my chart. It gives me a pretty good idea of where they are. See where I could maybe possibly start reversing. Helps me stay patient. That's the most important thing. Let's see what we're doing here on the lower time frame. 8 for New York 1. We are closing below the 5-week EMA. About to hit midnight open. Midnight open is 29,689. We got really close to it. Didn't quite hit it. We did hit the Jerry MAE, the first one, the median. Now I'll be wanting to see the average get hit as well. That's gonna take midnight with it. That's also where the Tuesday high is from last week. And then we also have previous days low here, and then we also have London OU. So I'm gonna be watching how we react after hitting those levels here, and maybe looking for that false reversal. Right? Remember, if just by looking at the daily profiler, we have 50% to be short out of New York and 65% to be false, aka we come over here 8:30, 8:45, we make a low, maybe a new low, because this is an out of style low day 130, right? So maybe we make a new low day, take that peak to a low, which right now has, without entering any other data, 56% to be taken by 9:30 to 10 o'clock. So exactly what I'm saying, right? And then after we do that, then maybe we go false, aka we come back and take the opposite side of the New York range after 8:30, 8:45, 10:15 after taking all those levels. Right now, you can see we hit the Jerry median MA, and that's a strong rejection from it. I mean, that alone was a 30-point rejection off of there. Pretty strong. But we also left that midnight open and that average and all those other levels open. So that's not giving me reversal time. Reversal that will be an early reversal, which could happen, but if it happens, it will happen without me. I want to see those levels. Like I said, I combined this with the daily profiler and more data, and I want to see those levels. At least at midnight open, we take deny it. You know, I want to see that get taken out minimum. It looks like we're going that way. Let me see what the chat is saying. Chad was short from 778. Plusu Trade says, "Why you yelling? Why he yelling?" He's working. Plusu Trades. That's a weird name. He's working at a factory, and he has employees next to him, and you know they're Spanish and they yell. They're not really mad. That's just how they talk when they're working, and adrenaline is high. Let's see. Cop seed dropping. EP says, "No, don't break up at the bread and butter conspiracy." Also, if you take the trades. Rob Tech says, "Golds only count if you took the trades." Yes, sir. I agree with that. I'm sure. I don't know if he couldn't share his screen because he's having lagging issues, but I know damn well he took that short. Drez took that short, and then he also took those trades last night. And I did try to go for the P12 mid. I was a little early, and I took some cash flow and then missed the main move. And then I tried to go for it again with a few micros and got $100 stopped out. So we are taking trades, sir. And hey, Rob, I'm not sure you're new here, but we're insecure on everything. Yeah, and I can show you. Let me see. Do I still have my thing up? Snippet 2. No, not the snippet 2. Let me show you I already took a photo of it. I'll show you my execution earlier. Looking at my chart, this was my execution from today. All right, let's put it here on the side. Over here, I was trying to go for that P12 mid before that big move. Stopped me out twice in cash flow, and then the big move happened at 7, and it didn't give me time to get in because I was waiting for price to go in a little lower first. And 7 o'clock opened up, and it just went for it, and it took that probability. So, I'm not gonna be jumping around on trades left and right. I already took my trade. I'm just being patient, waiting for the next setup. But I know Drez did took that short. See, yes, sir, he did. We're waiting for right now. What I'm waiting for, I can tell you right now, is I'm waiting for us to come down here and take this average MAE, which is gonna take the midnight open with it and the Tuesday high, and see if it gives me a rejection on the 2-minute. So maybe I could start entering a position for a long, and if it continues all the way to the London OU, which has 75% probability of getting taken out right here, 75.72, and that is from 9:30 to 9:45 to happen, right? So right at market open. So pretty much, if it gives me a trade after taking that midnight open and the average MAE, I'll take it. I'll cover. I'll move to break even really quick just in case market open comes and we go hit that London OU, and then I'll look for a trade after the London OU and possibly a new lower day, because if we take the London OU, then that low day is not longer safe, right? That's gonna be the next immediate target to get taken out. The 130 low day, that's an out of stat low day. If you're new here, we have data. It's all here in the daily profiler where we have sessions historically where we tend to like to put the high and lows of the day, which is 1800 to 1900, 2 to 3 a.m., 9:30 to 9:45, and then end of day, right? So those are the 4 main time windows where we usually put those in stat highs and lows of days. We also have random highs and lows of days every so often, but they're not the majority. They're not the in stats, right? So this, if we take the London OU 9:30, 9:45, well, the chances of taking this out of stat low day and switching it for an in stat low day is very high. So that's my game plan. Good morning, OHLCMMXM. That's a lot of letters. Good morning. So yeah, I'm just being patient right now. No need for me to be taking trades.
Hello.
See?
Yeah. That's OH. Open, high, low, close. That's what it means. Oh, Dion. You heard?
Yeah. Open
That. And the MMSN, that's a trading model, ICT. Market making model.
Got it. So we got an ICT guy.
Oh, you got it. Yeah, they here heavy. They know how we do.
Sure. Well, guys, I told you my game plan, right? I tried for going for that P2 min. I was a little early, managed to get some cash flow. Missed the main move. Then I went for a retest of it. I was a little too early, got stopped for $100 there. And now I'm just being patient, waiting to possibly take another stab at a falls for New York later. So that's all I got
sir.
for me. Hopefully,
Yeah, we got Austin next. We got.
yeah. Austin is ready to go.
Shout out to day trades in.
See.
Yes, sir. Let's
Austin.
go. Sorry, guys.
Whenever you-
Did you
Whenever
find
you're
value
ready.
in the Magic Hour trade team? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the Pack Trade Group Discord in the description.
Send it.
Alright, if we break down here, guys, I'm short for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now it's target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
Alright, I'm taking this.
Upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live price and historical data, right? Aligning.
Right there.
Welcome, this is PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics.
PackTV, God given, so I gotta make it happen. I'm on mission, not like them, I'm different. That bag come with a pension. Talk about that business, shit like I'm hard all in the pain. Shining hard, don't need no chain. All this drip, it feel like rain. Everything on me, got it on my name. They don't got it like this, they don't talk it like this. I was built for this. That TV not like guns, take it away.
Stop me, it's me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself.
They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, 'cause overproduction, too many mouths have thrown. Shine a rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn the script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down, burn it down, burn it down. You were born in the crossfire, raised on a rerun lie, told to choose a side.
Good morning, everybody. This is another episode of PackTV where we do a live day trading show from London to market close, where we use simple statistics aligned with our specific frameworks that we teach right here in the bootcamp, top left corner QR code. And we do it live every single day. We practice what we preach Monday through Friday. These streams can help you see what it truly looks like to follow an objective, data-backed process. And we do it every day. We lose, we win. We show you guys the good, the bad, the ugly, and sometimes even embarrassing moments like what Conor McGregor freaking did this past weekend.
What'd he do? I don't watch the
I don't
news.
want to talk about it, dude.
I don't even watch the news. So you got to tell me. You're my only news source.
This man got hurt, man. Conor McGregor coming back after retirement, thought we were good to go, thought he was good, and threw the first spinning heel kick there and just threw out his knee, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, like, sometimes I'll wake up, sit up, and I'll throw my back out. I'm just saying, that's just age.
It's pretty sad to see, bro. But good morning, Mickey.
Good morning.
Ready to get back to it.
Texas Rob, I see you stirring up the chat. Sorry, Rob Tex. Robbie, Texas. Rob Tex. I know a Robbie from Texas, Houston. Goes by the name of, I don't know, Quantum Wicks. But either way, that's why we exactly execute in front of you. We show you the executions. We talk you through beforehand what we're going to do, what our game plan is, how much we're going to risk. We even have a Discord chat where we show all of it. So feel free to stick around a little bit longer, and, thanks for the keeping us on our heels this Monday morning. But yeah, I totally understand criticism, and there's a lot of frauds and scammers out here. So keep them on their toes and stick around. You might have found your community.
Yes, sir. We do it live, baby. Let's run down the chat here real quick. We got OHLC, Mr. Vince in the house. Good morning. We got Mr. Dave shouting out his top secret day trading model, his Mexican model. I don't think he's released that one yet. Good morning, Dave. We got Mrs. Brooke, lovely Brooke. Good morning, Brooke. We got Mr. Omar. Good morning, Pack fam. Welcome back. Yes, sir. Happy to be back. Good morning, second. We got Mr. Peter. We got Chitaki. Good morning, good morning. We got Daredevil. Good morning. We got Scotty. Good morning. We got Max. This dude, I think this guy's honestly, I think Max has the best personality, Mickey, for day trading, because he has this thing called short-term memory loss. Because every single week he's new, so like every time he loses, I mean.
Wasn't there like a corny little love movie, 10 Things? No.
The Notebook.
Not The Notebook. The one where he like repeats his day every single day with Adam Sandler.
50 First Dates.
51st days. Yeah, that's max.
Every day. All right. Week one of the boot camp, guys. 51st trades. Morning, Wes. Good morning, Wes. We got a dude I really like also in the space, Mr. Irish Wave. Good morning. Him and Sith are really cool dudes. Good morning. I think another new person in here. I don't think I've recognized you before. I don't even Mickey. How do I pronounce this username?
I call him. Listen, roster number 5277. What's up? Been to Ranger School. I know how this works.
Anaga 5277. Good morning. Raise the bar, Jay. Good morning. Miller, good morning. And to round it all out, Justin, hit that dang like button. Hit that like button. If you guys find value in what we do, like I said, we do this every single Monday, PackTV, Tuesday through Thursday. We do a war game version with Mickey, and then Friday we come back together, do an in-depth analysis, and we do it all over again.
All right, I want to show off some stuff.
Let's do it.
Especially since our friend Robbie's in the chat. All right, so you guys have had the whole weekend, first and foremost. That's a Nigerian name. Okay, cool.
Before I get canceled, I didn't know that. All right, I thought it was just a bunch of letters.
Yeah, I will definitely type that in and learn how to say that. Listen, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I have been around traders long enough to see all traders from across the world, right? And some of my best experiences have been with Nigerian traders. Not gonna lie, I don't know what it is. It's like Spanish traders and Nigerian traders. They take the pride aspect of winning and losing, and they really take it personally, and they just sit there and backtest and they go full detailed in their trading. So yeah, welcome. And that's crazy that we have people from Nigeria watching us. That's awesome. All right, so you guys spent the weekend doing the MA and MFB analysis, right? Where you can get realistic probabilities on whatever asset, whatever trade time you took. And one thing that we experienced last week was we had an individual who likes to enter off a structure, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? And what we had to do was we had moves from 18 for the Asia-based traders, London, pre-market, pre-market, market open, 11 o'clock lunch break, 1400 throughout all the days. And one thing that I introduced to him to let him continue to trade with what he's confident in, right? Because I had to show him listen, if this is your move, right, you can still enter and exit and turn the trade on however you want, but these are realistic probabilities that you can utilize, right, to actually have realistic expectation for your targeting. So if you have a structure point here that tells you to enter, you can cover your queen here, and if whatever your higher time frame, because I know a lot of the traders use higher time frame stuff, you can use these to line those probabilities up to see if you need to hang on to the trade. Right, and then you got your in sample, out of sample, right, for each move, right, and then you can even break it down by volatility condition, right, to get the actual risk profile correct, right. But then, right, so a lot of people in the pack did me a good favor and beta test this. That was just build your trade plan. We've got the stress test where you can compare the moves. You got the portfolio cycling portion, you got the Monte Carlos, you got the prop simulator, right? You got correlation, portfolio, and allocation. And now we've figured out how to actually build the templates. So we have the template creator. So if you're one of these people that trade, algos for whatever reason, right? You just click this and it builds the file and puts it in the folder of that actual file. And eventually up here, a goal that we have, because we know some people like to use Quant Tower, TradingView, webhooks, NT8, MT4, we're going to try to work our hardest to be able to, whatever algo you want, to be able to click on that one and build the template. But the one thing I want to show you guys is we're getting breakthroughs, right? So pick your move, right? Is you can now take any time-based range all the way from 5 minutes to 4 hours, right? Build it, doesn't matter the size, right? You can make it as big or as small as you want. And you can have your cutoff time as long as you want. You can just sit here and see, hey, what's the probability of this actually turning false? Well, we see that there's only a 39% probability for it to go up to come down. So we know, like, what's the probability of it staying true? We see that there's an 80% probability of it being true. Well, how far can it go without hitting the other side of this range? And we can go like 10 basis points, right? 40%, 46% true for this time-based range and this cutoff, right? And so now we're getting even more creative with it. Because like what we've realized is that like every person has their own different risk appetite, right? And like every person has their way of seeing the markets, right? And so we're trying to give you a lot of customizable features, but also keep it in a way where if you're a brand new trader, you might not have something in mind. Like Mr. Dave Trades in the house, right? He is very experienced, right? So this tool, these two tools, which this will be picking your move, and this tool, which will be stress testing your tool and building the trade plan and risk profile around it, are designed for the most experienced trader. But let's say you're a brand new trader, right? And you're trying to just get good at one kick, right? We also have it where it does the work for you, but then we also have going back to these moves right here, right? Because we've already been down this rabbit hole, right? To kind of hold your hand and guide you so you can do it the right way the first time. So there's some big cool stuff coming in the daily profile on the pack, right? That might assist you guys with, you know, your decision making, your risk profile, and your one kick that you're trying to master. So hopefully that helps, and hopefully that opens your eyes. All right, back to you, Austin. I gotta go do something real quick.
Yeah, man. And honestly, just to sum up what Mickey's showing you guys is we are truly trying to find and what all this is this is the culmination of all the feedback from we've been working with traders now going on, this is year 2. You know, the boot camp originated January of last year, if not like late winter of the year before last. And it's just been this constant feedback of we're applying the same processes, but we're just trying to make it even better to where we're trying to hold people's hands, but still promote your own individualistic expression on the charts. Because that's the most important part, is you have to be the one that makes peace with the decisions that you make, and you should understand every aspect of it. You should never think or feel as if you should be forced to execute any trade that you don't understand the risk, you don't understand the probabilities, you don't understand the scalability, the variance, the losing streaks, the good, the bad, the ugly, you know, and that's what statistics showed. So this is like something that I've never seen anybody do in this space, I can confidently say, and I think we're going to have something very, very valuable to people that is affordable. And then the other side of the coin is we're not just providing software for the sake of providing software, we execute with it. So,
and like the biggest thing is like, for me personally, just like me, Austin, and like a lot of the good people in this space, like the Irish trades and the Dave trades and the profitable losers, like they just want to save you from the malarkey that's being spread across social media and the unrealistic expectations that people are feeding you. And so what better way to do it than to discredit them with probabilities? I'm not going to sit here and get in a pissing contest with somebody who can't even back up their stuff when I got proof through numbers that it either works or doesn't work. That's why you'll see us like get close to people that, because we've already proven their concepts, right? And we'll distance ourselves from other people that are kind of full of shit, right? Because we know you, the working class individual, you work way hard for your money, right? And we want to give you the most truth that there is out there.
Yes, sir.
And waking up with violence this morning. What's going on? I need to go meditate and pray.
We're starting this week strong, baby. Thank you. Shout out to Rob, man. You gave us the emotional caffeine this morning. All right, let's get into it, baby. So every single time we do this, now this is actually pretty cool. So I went on vacation last week, and so this is the first time I've actually been, like, I've been watching the charts like on my phone and stuff and taking these little trades, but this is my first in-depth analysis, and I want to start this entire thing with this. This is why I love what we do so much, is because, and also why I love and preach, find a process backed by statistics and objectivity. Because in my opinion, profitable trading is just failing to the level of your system. It's not winning. It's not calling a top or a bottom. It's not being great at doing forecasting or drawing stuff on your chart. A profitable trader is the trader that can be profitable even when their systems are weak, because they know how to manage risk. Sometimes their systems can still cover their downside, or if not, maybe just provide cash flow when it's weak, or at the very least, they know when to turn their system off. It's failing to the level of their system. And so today I get to come back behind my computer after Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 5 days of not really doing a lot of in-depth analysis, just pulling up my phone. Oh, in-stat high day with a false below, boom, short, right? Just simple little trades that even as I'm traveling, I can take. And now that I'm back behind my computer, I can do even more in-depth stuff that I can manage my portfolio and go back to business like nothing's ever changed. So let's get into it. So every single day, I look at which day of the week am I in? Okay, what day of the week am I in? Because every single day statistically has a rhyme or reason for the weekly candle. And if we can understand where we are at within the weekly candle, then it can help us understand, okay, are we expanding today? And if so, does this make sense from a weekly candle perspective? And if that's 2 for 2, when I'm in a runner, I'm going to hold that runner. Or vice versa, if the daily candle and how it's getting built is not making sense or not aligning with what we statistically do within that weekly candle, I know to play it a little bit safer, pull back my risk a little bit, have a little bit of closer profit targets. So where we're at within this weekly candle really does just facilitate my expansive runner type trades. It doesn't really let me know, oh, I'm going to take a trade today or not. I think that's kind of silly to say I'm not going to take I'm not trading today just because arbitrarily it's some day of the week. I think if you have a positive expectancy edge, I think if you have something that can provide a positive profit factor and give you a positive or consistent execution, we all trade OHLC data candlesticks, right? And they're forming every single second of every single day. So going into this, today is a Monday. Currently, we have a Sunday out of statistic high and a Monday in statistic low. Statistically, on weekly candles, if we form lows on a Monday or Tuesday, that is a bullish weekly in-stat low if we are going to come back to the weekly open. And then vice versa. If we make a Monday or Tuesday high, these are in-stat highs for a bearish weekly candle. So because now it's a Monday and we do have this low locked in, from a weekly candle perspective, we can say, okay, we are trying to form some sort of weekly low, but does this now make sense for the daily low? That's where we're now going to go down to the 5 minute. And this is where we go and leverage our tools. So currently we have, from a low a day perspective, a 1:30 low of day. We do not typically and statistically make a low of day at 1:30 a.m. So what we do is we call this an out of stat weekly low. I'm sorry, not weekly low, out of stat low a day. See, I told you guys, all right, give me a little bit of grace. Got to warm back up. All right, and then 2010, that is an out of stat high a day, because statistically we do not form highs of days at 2010. And so because we now know from a weekly perspective, Mondays and Tuesdays love to form weekly lows for a bullish candle, but from a daily perspective, this low does not correlate with what we typically and historically do. How does it get us to then either saying, maybe it's a low of day that could be held today, but it just doesn't align historically? And then does this make sense from the daily profiler? So now let's add our tool, daily profiler, to our charts. If you guys are in the Pack Trade group or in the Bootcamp, these high day, low day projections are front running the potentiality of us retracing to London OU. This is something that I personally like to do, is starting at 8 a.m. is when I am doing my projections for the day. If live price makes sense to come and tap into any of these OUs, I will go ahead and in the daily profiler mark them as broken. So that way my projections are as accurate as possible. And then let's say we just miss it by a few points and we do something weird, I'll just go back in and readjust. But it kind of helps me just do a little bit of the homework beforehand. So that way I'm already prepared for if it does happen, I don't have to change anything. So, and it's the higher probability to take the OU. So I'd rather front run to prepare for the higher probability and then just adjust for the minority and vice versa. So because going into this day, we are already short out of New York 1. So one of the cool things that we get to do is already eliminate half the variables. We get to eliminate half the probabilities of us making a high day, low day, and the statistics that revolve around us taking the New York 1 high, because we already took the New York 1 low, which is this little box right here. And so now we see, okay, now that we are short for New York 1, we can see the high day, low day projections. Where does this align with the statistics? Okay, the statistics that are still left open for the day. And when I say statistics that are left open for the day, because some statistics just mean different things to different people, what it means to us is just simply levels that price retrace to or visit more than they don't. That's it. Just areas on the chart that are repeating every single day. And I'll give you some examples. We have opening prices 1 through 7 a.m. and that's just the overnight projected opening price forward. So for an example here, you see this one says 3 a.m. If I go left, this is just the opening price of 3 a.m. projected forward. All of these probabilities that you see on Mickey and my chart, they all start at 8 a.m. Okay, so if you were to look at this 83% probability of retracing the 3 a.m. open is starting at 8. Or if you look at the P12 mid, this 66.1% probability of retracing the P12 mid is starting at 8 a.m. So for the daily profiler here, you see 8 to noon. So all of these statistics are tailored to our specific session of when we're doing the war game and when we're trying to formulate a good trade idea going into the RTH Open. So this is one thing that I like to call we're in between statistics, where we have reasons to go higher, which will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullish levels here. I'm just going to use a rectangle tool to highlight it so you guys can see this just cluster of statistics up here. These all have high probabilities of getting retraced more than they don't. And then we have reasons to go lower. I'm going to turn this off just real quick. We have reasons to go lower. We have this one bearish probability here. We have a cluster of opening prices and then this out of stat low of day. And so if I use these rectangles just to simply show you the statistics above and the statistics below, okay, now how do we kind of derive, well, which ones do we use? How do I know where everything's going to be? We use live price. Live price component number 1 that we use in the pre-market to see where we're going to attack and set up the RTH open of the day is the P12. The P12, the previous 12 hours, that's what that stands for. And that's just the highest high and the lowest low from the hours of 1800 to 6 a.m. It's a time-based range. And so why do we use that? Because it's the first half of the daily candle. So if we're rejecting the midpoint right here, if we're rejecting the midpoint of the first half of what makes this daily candle, and then now we are short out of New York 1, our whole goal, our homework, our job today is to see, because we go false more than we go true, okay, we take this high, we take the opposing side of New York 1 more than we continue to the downside in a single direction. When do we do that? When would it make sense and how would it make sense for us to do that? Because we don't just click this buy button right now. We don't just randomly come up here and click buy. We say, when is it a good time and when does live price agree with that to then get us to this statistic to the upside, or vice versa to continue us lower. Now add the daily profiler back to my chart and you can see even more context of what I mean. Is if we continue going to the downside here in the pre-market, if you follow me on Twitter here, you can see both Mickey and I's handles on the top right, Daily Profiler Co. and AC__ trades. I post my analysis every single morning, and this is how I do that, is I'll say, based on all my analysis, these are my trade ideas going into the market today. So this is my video version of that. So today is, if we do continue going to the downside, scenario number one would be, if we continue lower and attack the statistics below price first, which is this square that we made here, this rectangle that we made here, if we continue going lower first, then it would make a lot of sense from a statistical standpoint and a pre-market live price standpoint that we could form a low of day between the hours of 8:45 to 10 o'clock, which the primary being 9:30, the RTH open, because you can see right here, daily profiler, short false low a day. Now, obviously, we're max distribution, but from a time perspective, that would make sense. The other side of the coin would be scenario number two, is if we take this low, come back to the high in the pre-market, so we start mean reverting early. I say that all the time, mean reverting early before the 9:30, and then that sets up 9:30 to open somewhere near the P12 mid, somewhere like this. If we open, if we do the scenario two, where we open somewhere at the P12 mid, I'll be looking for short scalps only to the downside for the remaining statistics to the downside, because this could just be a from a higher time frame market structure perspective, for all my higher time frame people, this could just be a lower high being formed. For the bullish people that are just wanting to close their eyes and buy, scenario one would be that scenario where if we continue pushing to the downside and the 9:30 opens somewhere at the low of day or even near it. Sometimes we like to see 9:30 open very close to that low of day, and then it just grabs it like this, or just wick it like that. This would be my bullish scenario. This would be where I would be looking for those longs. So long story short, and I'm going to hand it over to my partner, Matt Mickey here. As we like to say, cool story, bro. Hey, Rob, is he in the chat? Rob, you still in the chat? Where you at, Rob? Where you at, Rob? You paying attention, Rob? Where's he at? Where's he at? Rob, come on, Rob. Mr. Rob. Don't rob me of a good time, Rob. Come on, Rob. Rob text. Calls on the count if you took the trade. Cool story, bro. But what's your trades, though? These are my trades. Now I got to figure out how to take this llama off my... There we go. All right. Cool story, bro. What's your trades, though? Trades number one is if we continue going to the downside, 9:30 opens maybe at the statistics here, low a day, anywhere in this lower portion of the P12, I will be looking at that long continuation to the upside to this to go false. So I'll be taking, I'll be looking at that long to trade towards the false here, like this. So wherever that 9:30 ends up. And then if we start mean reverting in the pre-market, like I said, for that scenario two, and we open somewhere below the P12, somewhere at P12 mid, somewhere in this area, I'll be looking at the opposite. I'll be looking for that rejection off the P12 mid to the statistics below. If we get above 9:30, if we do something like this, I'll be way more patient looking to see if we get above 9:45 to where I'll just try to target the Asia OU in the weekly open, because that's also a good, if we are going to make a bullish week or forming the wick of a bullish weekly candle or anything like that, well, then the next higher time frame target would be the weekly open. And I would just let that be obvious for me. And that would be us getting back above that P12 mid and finding what Mickey likes to call footing, where we're actually accepting above P12 mid. We're not just looking above and failing it. And that's why I like to use 9:45, is I'll wait for 9:45 and 9:30 to get above both to tell me, hey, man, we're accepting above. And then I'll be looking for weekly open to Asia OU, and I'll leverage the gunship MFEs to just do cash flow targets to continuation of the upside. Off to you, Mick.
All right. Yes, sir. All right. So let's get after it, right? So I'm not going to regurgitate the stuff that he talked about, but we're going to go a little bit more in detail with it. So this is just 738.30. We know that there's two possible scenarios that we can do. After we broke short, we can come down to come back up or continue going down, right? So we're going to come into our database and we're going to see, and I've already put in the probabilities, and we're going to see that there's a 65% chance that we go false, right? So we go down to come up, right? Which is this scenario right here, right? So this is the higher probable scenario, right? And then the 38% probable scenario, right, is that we just keep selling, right? So we know that this one is lower probability by 23% or whatever it was, and this one is higher probable, right? So now we've got to be able to utilize live price to see which one is which. And we're going to look at the stats based off of what live price is showing us to tell us which one has what levels actually matter based off of the live price read. Now we know that this one is our default one, right? So we're going to start with our default because it's higher probability, right? So if we're expecting to go down to come up, we need to utilize some kind of systematic checklist. And this is where, like, I don't really, like, one day I'll learn structure properly and I'll probably learn it from Dave, but like structure is not my thing, right? Like I don't really understand it, and that's my weakness. So I stick to my strengths, because in the Army, like, one thing that you didn't see people do is say, hey, let's get your weaknesses stronger. No, like the biggest thing was, what are your strengths? Because that's what I'm going to, negotiate, right? Like, we need to get you really focused on your strengths, and we got to identify your weaknesses, but that's to put a left and right limit on those weaknesses and find somebody who that weakness is a strength. So like, I'll be the first one to admit that structure is not really my thing. When I look at structure, I'm like, oh my gosh, what is happening everywhere? Help me. Right. But there's some people like Dave and, like Focus and all these people that like can see it clear as day. Right. So I do something called 4 steps, right? 4 steps around this, right? The 4-step reversal. The first step is going to be, right, out of this 730, 830 range, I know that there's MFE to the downside and there's MAE to the upside, right? And so, like, I understand that this green box, right, when I put the data on, right, this has a 70% probability, right? Where P12 low, right, what is a 50th percentile, that has a 50% probability, and the red has a 30% probability in today's market, based off of the 730 to 830 breakout down with a cutoff time of 1130, right? So I know that this green box is a reason to come lower, all right? And I can also see that if I select false, right, I can see there's a good reason. The 2 things I can see, right, is at 130. Does that have a good low of the day, right? Is that a good statistical low of the day? And we've got to say yes, because like right here, it's not an instat low of the day. It's a conditional probability because of what Asia and London did. But we can see that that is a secondary mode to the left of the median, right? But the highest probable is from 930 to 1015, this area right here. Right, our high of the day definitely doesn't look like it's in from a statistical standpoint, right? So either this 145 low is the low of the day, or I can expect to get a new low of the day after RTH, right? So that's going to kind of drive my 4-step reversal. So if I'm expecting for this to happen, I can see that price wants to go down before 930 to come back up. So if this represents my 930 1-minute candle, this is going to be step 1 of the 4-step reversal. And the most obvious thing, can we just get above it? Can we start getting above it and stay from getting below it, right? Stay away from getting below it and stay above it, right? So step 1, can we get above 930? Step 2, all right, if we're really doing this signature, right, then we should at least get above 9 o'clock's 50%, right? And I'm doing this, I'm paying attention to that 50% between 9:30 and 10 o'clock and even into 10 o'clock, right? So this would represent your hourly chart, and I'm looking at the 50%. So step 1, can we get above 9:30? Step 2, can we get above 9 o'clock's 50%? And then step 3, because that low will anchor in as a low of the day, can we take out 9 o'clock's high during 10 o'clock and make it instat low for Q1 of 10 o'clock? Those are the 4 steps. And then once I see that those 4 steps have been validated, then I've got the major pivot for the morning and, from a data perspective, the low of the day, right? And you can see with the short false, you can expect an end-of-day high day, which is wild to think about, right? The one thing that's not supportive of this model, right, is that we met 1.36% probability off of the global X open, which would put us right here. We are in anomaly land, in outlier area. So that either means that this model is invalidated, or it's just going to be an anomaly outlier low of the day from price, and this 130 low of the day is most likely the low of the day. That's why we have a live price. If we start getting above 930, we start getting above 9 o'clock's 50%, we got the low of the day. If we can get 10 o'clock takeout and we continue to go higher, make an instat low at 10 o'clock takeout 9 o'clock's high, we have to accept that this is the low of the day, and we don't need a new low of the day from a price standpoint. We've already done it, right? But if we can't do that 4-step reversal, then that's telling us, hey, this is telling you the truth, that this is anomaly. Like, we're not playing this model, right? We've already hit the extremes. This is where the majority of the data is for based off of Asia, London, and going down to come up for New York 1. And start thinking about the short true approach, which has a 20 to 2015 high of the day. Well, let me go check something real quick. Our high of the day is at 2010. So now, like, the market's kind of giving us some breadcrumbs, right? And so now, to identify this, we've already identified the steps to do if we do this, right? And we already understand, let me go over the probabilities, right? What's below us, what's above us. For the short falls, going back to the higher probability, we got London OU, we already talked about P12 low and the 70% probability here. But above us, we've got Asia OU, we've got Globex Open, we've got settlement and P12 high. So, right, what we want to do is go say, hey, under a short falls, is the probability enough for us to like really anchor our thoughts on that? We can see that Asia's got a 92% probability for that Asia OU. However, from a time-based standpoint, it barely hits. It's an anomaly outlier zone. So we're not going to include that in our thoughts, right? So we're going to go to the other levels. P12 high. P12 high has a 94% hit rate. P12 low's got a 57%. So this supports that low of the day being already in if we start getting the 4-step reversal, right? We can see that settlement, midnight, Globex Open, and midnight all have average probabilities. Nothing standing out, right? If live price says they want to hit, right, with a 4-step reversal, then we're going to expect for them to hit. We can see that the 25, 50, 75, and 100% gap fill based off what Asia London did, right? That has very high probability. So it likes to fill the gap on Monday, I guess, right? Now, if we take this off, right, it jumps down to a 72. Right? So we got to look, if we get the 4-step reversal to go down to come up for New York 1, we know that if for you RTH gap traders, like, this is good probabilities, right, to go for. But now we have to identify, right, the true side of the house, right? Because there's two possibilities, right? The amateur trader, I don't like saying amateur because that's derogatory. And, well, fuck it, the amateur trader, right? The trader who's just getting into the trading game always is looking for the perfect reversal of the low of the day to the high of the day, right? And, right, we like to do things, there's two possible outcomes, right? And in, like, unless I can identify where those two possible outcomes to make a decision from, like, I have no business clicking the button, right? So we're going to identify the 36% probability of this, the short true. Now we can see, as we come into the data, right, Asia OU drops. Well, it's still 94, but it should have got, yeah, it should have got hit in London, right? We can see that that high of the day is valid, but now the only point that we have to make, because we've hit the extreme low for the low of the day, right? We can see that that 1.36, where our low of the day is right here. So it's still within that bell-shaped curve. And the outlier for the low of the day would be like between 1.6 and 1.9, right? So that would be the low of the day if we want to make an end of day low of the day, right? What we have to really discover today is, do we want to make a late morning low of the day and then range for the rest of the day? Or do we want to really trend down for an end of day low of the day to grab the 2%, this cluster of data right here? Right, and I know we had some kind of news that made the market drop a percent in 1.36%. I think Conor McGregor got hurt, and the market didn't like that, so it just puked. I didn't know he was like the reason the market drops, but I guess so. So with that being said, right, we've got to identify, are we going to trade this or this for the low of the day for the short true? And so what we do here, right, is we do a 4-step continuation, right? Lack of 4-step reversal, meaning we can't get above 930, we can't get above 9 o'clock's 50%, and we're selling. And then we use the independent variable right here. We use the 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock's range, right? And over the last 10 years, if it breached the 40 basis points, which is 118 handles in today's market, right? More times than not, we had a true day, right? More times than not, when we hit this 50th percentile, from the 730 to 830, we had a true day, not a go down to come up day. And then the last one is, so lack of 4-step reversal, 40 basis points off the 6-9 range, reached the 50th percentile of the 730 to 830 MFB. And then the last one is blowing through the short false low of the day. Well, that box, mode to median, which is right there. It's right here. So we've already got one of the steps doing that for this. All right. So my trade plan today will be this simple. Right. Right. If 930 gives me sells, meaning like I get gunship targeting sells, I get, which let me set that up because it's in Q1. Let's see. Q1's hit into the downside. Cool. Let's see. 1 minute. Wait, I see. Oh man. Yay. All right, cool. Good stuff. All right, so one thing I would do is if I get front run from market open, firing to the downside or the upside, like I will start engaging with that direction. If I take longs, all right, and we're going to use yesterday's or Friday's MFB to explain this. Let me put this on market open. Right, if I get longs, I know always I'm going to be, let me turn, 1 minute, let me get this right. If I get longs, I'm always going to cover the queen at 10 basis points from entry, right? Turning it into a risk-free trade, right? But if I get longs, right, I know that this little white box is a 75% to 85% probability of getting hit. This is the MFB of breaking above the 930 to the 935. However, because it's a short false higher probability, right, I will use this box, which has a 45 to 55% probability of hit to collect cash flow. And then I'll try to leave a runner for a 3-hour line up, right? If I get sells, though, I will collect cash flow right here because it's a lesser of the probability between a short false and a short true. So I'll collect cash flow here, and then I'll leave runners to go down, right? I'm going to be a little bit open today with leaving my runners alone, right? Because we have made an extreme movement to the downside, which means we can easily make an extreme movement back up, right? One thing I want to point out is if we go to the candle signs, and if we go to what Friday and what Thursday did and what we've already done tonight, right? Which is taking out previous day low, right? Breaching the open, all that. When I look at the probabilities of do we close above Friday's low, we have a 44% probability to close below it and a 56% probability to close above it. So that's actually not that good, right? I will ride my runners. I'm going to leave my runners alone. I'll make the decisions once live price starts kicking. But yeah, like, so for me, like I said, I'll take shorts. I'll always cover my queen just like I do every single day in front of you guys. 10 basis points off of where I press enter, right? Meaning I will take half the position off, right? So 15 micros, I will take 7 of them off, right? If I can get my entry and my stop very close together and my risk per trade can afford 15 micros, right? Then I'll take 7 off at 10 basis points, and I'm not moving my stop, but it will turn that trade into a risk-free trade, meaning I collect enough profit off of that 7 micros I put in my pocket, right, to cover the entry and the stop and put a little bit like 60 to $100 in my pocket of cash flow. Then, right, if it happens to be a long that I engage with, I'm going to target this box here to take cash flow off. Meaning, like out of that 15, I'll take 5 off in this area. And then I'll have 3 runners to do whatever they want. Right? At that point, I usually move my stop to break even and reduce the risk because I have the MAE, the extreme MAE, off of this 930 to 935 breakout. Right? If it's to the downside, I'm just going the white box, which is the 75%, 85, which is the lesser probability to happen. Right? So that's my trade plan today. Pretty cut and clean. Right? Let's get after it.
Yes, sir. Got 15 minutes, baby.
One thing I definitely want to put out, right? This is the MAE from 06 to 1700 on every Monday this year, right? And so the red doesn't represent bullish or bearish, it represents the false move. If we looked at the 12-hour candle, right, and it ends being a green candle, right, then we can see right here that the highest probable time is from 9:30 to 9:45 to make this wick right here, and then the highest probable time to make the high of that 12-hour candle is, the mode is 12 o'clock or end of day right here. If it's red, then we can expect a spike up, and between the open and this high for that 12-hour candle is the MAE, and we can expect that between 9:30 and 9:45, and then the same thing to the downside for a Monday. Now, since we're at the median MAE to the downside, this is indicating that the 12-hour candle from 06 to 1700, if we get the 4-step reversal, right, can come down at 9:30 to 9:45, make a new low, and then start heading up. So that's another probability that goes for the short false over the short true. So that's my game plan. Thank you very much.
I'm being really aware that if this little pull up and we open up 930 and get below it, this could be a false of the false.
You bite your tongue. We don't talk about that on Mondays. What's your trade plan in the chat? Like, so I want to see, what are you guys doing? What are you guys looking for? It doesn't have to be anything that me and Austin do, but what do you typically do? Or what are you searching for today in the chat?
That'd be pretty cool.
And I'm going to go fill my coffee up.
What type of traders do we have here? We got 93 people in here. We got support and resistance traders. Dave was in here. Do we got some DTFX market structure traders? Do we got ICT traders? Do we got patterns? We got some people that use volume profile, order flow. That'd be really cool. Drop what you're seeing and use your rationale. Be like, oh, okay, I'd like to see a down move because of the point of controls being rejected to this. Because that's another thing too, is I love doing these streams with you all. And kind of my whole goal ever since just doing this stuff, making content, is to show people that statistics is not a trading strategy. You know, it's not something that is like, oh, it can only be statistics or not. Like, no, it's statistics, in my opinion, is just an enhancement to anything.
This dude said Connor summer markets.
Oh my God. Ultra trades, Ollie, listen, I can't help you there. I can't build MFEs off of Connor McSummer markets. I think you got to build your own dashboard for that, my friend. That seems very discretionary. Jet likes inverse fair value gaps. NQ stats likes moon cycles. I think we
already knew that about NQ stats.
Yeah.
Right? Doesn't he put that on his websites?
He has a table. He has a moon stats table of all the different cycles and the Asia, London, New York session stats with it.
I think he uses like a paywall for that though, right? I think he charges like $10,000 because he needs the NASA data and all that.
Yeah, it's pretty overpriced. I wouldn't pay for it.
Yeah, I'll just go outside and look at the moon, put a stick in the ground.
the loom. I just measure the MFE of the loom, and that's what dictates my bias for the day. Peter's plan is to make money.
Dude, one cool thing is like in the future on these streams, we've got and I want you to talk about who's coming, but like, I'm really excited to get Dave Trades up here talking about options, because I know he doesn't really trade prop. He trades his live account, and he specifically trades options. And he was talking about over the weekend how he engages with options and all that. So I'm pretty excited about that conversation when he comes on.
Yeah, we got a really nice lineup of people, guys. Also drop in the chat if you would like to see anybody or have us reach out to somebody that you also like seeing content in. But here's a breakdown of everybody we got so far. So I'm sorry. I'm just going to read the I'm just going to read the little list here. So we got some people that have told us they want to come on PackTV. We have obviously, Dave Trades. He said sometime in August. Love to see him come up here. We have Triton. We have Mr. Tyler G. We have 9 Trades, Rise Trades, Austin Silver. We got a soft answer from Mickey, met another fellow veteran trader, Greenbird Trader. We have some people still waiting to hear back from. We got Ike to come back. You guys seen Trader Ike come in here at the beginning of the year. T Trades. Another person I'm still going to reach out to is that I like actually seeing trade on Top Step is Jay. I want to reach out to Jay from Top Step. He's a pretty cool dude. You guys probably see him all the time on Top Step TV. He's one of the Top Step traders I respect and like to hear from. So those are some of the people. And then we got our regulars that are always welcome to come on at any point. I love to have Chris come up here. He came up here 2-3 weeks ago and people really enjoyed it. So Mr. NQ Stats down there, he's always welcome to come on at any time he wants. JD Astra, he's another person that we're coming back on. He came on to the PackTV at the beginning of the year too. He's been moving right now, and he told us as soon as he's established, he'll be coming back on PackTV. And then next week, July 20th, we have Tradecopia coming on. We have the Tradecopia CEO. So if you guys use Tradecopia's copy trading software, again, like, yes, we have an affiliate code. Affiliate code is Pack Trade Group if you want to get 30% off, but I would not reference them if I didn't enjoy their service, because you guys know how critical I am of these technology platforms out here these days. And Tradecopia is amazing. It's a one-time fee. It's not like most of these copying platforms out there where you got to pay as you add more accounts to the copying, and it's not glitchy, it's not complex, it's super simple. So we're having the CEO come on. He may take some trades. I don't know. He's a trader himself. I don't know if he's actually planning on trading live with us, but either way,
he trades SPX options.
Yeah, he may just come on and hang out and talk with us. So I'm not.
But we've got something going on this Friday, right?
And this Friday, thank you. This Friday, Mickey and I are coming on back on. We were guests at the beginning of the year with Prop Firm Match TV with Zach. Love Zach. He's a really cool guy.
He's still recovering from that short we took.
The short we took? What?
Yo, remember we top ticked in the 930 with the short?
Oh, was that? I forgot. Now it's coming back. But
doing the same thing we did do every day, and he was like, "Oh my gosh!"
We came up.
We tried to prove that show.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't mean to be a furu, but I guess the shoe fits. I'll be a furu today. Tomorrow I'll be a fraud again. So
Friday is going to be a full schedule. So Mickey and I are coming on and giving our analysis just like normal, just like we do on Fridays, 8:30 a.m. EST. And then as soon as we get off PackTV of doing the analysis, we're going to be hopping on live trading with Zach at Prop Firm Match TV. So it's going to be pretty cool. It's going to be a busy day on Friday.
So I will have to be absent tomorrow. My wife's got surgery that I'd rather not talk about, but she's got surgery tomorrow. And then, so I've got to take the whole day off. And then Wednesday, Oh yeah, my daughter's got a procedure going on, so we're getting hit with health issues right now in the Mickey family. So yeah, Tuesday and Wednesday afternoon, I'll be able to jump on for the re-engineering. And that's one thing we forget to say all the time is like, guys, if you like our free YouTube war games, right? We do free YouTube re-engineerings where we go through in the Discord every day at 1500 what we saw. We go break down the exact what our systems did and where the decision points and the invalidation points would be. So join the Discord, go to dailyprofile.com, join the Discord, and then if you want the free re-engineering, like feel free to jump in Monday through Friday for to watch us re-engineer the day too.
Sorry to go through that, bro.
Ah, man, dude, you already see my life. This is the year of fist fighting life.
I feel that.
There's some years where I just like sit back, kick my feet up, love life, think the rest of my life's gonna be gravy, and then there's certain years it's like, all right, dude, you've been training, let's go. We're gonna make you get new plumbing. We're gonna give you a couple of health issues with close people in the family. We're gonna make you really test your faith in God, all that stuff.
Oh my Lord. Y'all, I swear. We have one of the most unserious chats. Mickey and I are like, all right, guys, give us your trade plans. And then I ask, what people would you like to see on? And I'm seeing Michael J. Huddleston.
He would never. So one thing to answer this guy's question, right? So he asked, hey guys, do you use correlated assets like NQ, ES, and YM for relative strength? So like we have this correlation tool. We use the same moves like all the time, but like if we're building an allocation of like, let's say these are the different assets. So we have got MNQ, MES, YM, crude oil, gold, RTY, right? We can sit here, and this is something that you guys are going to see me and Austin do a lot more now that we've built this stuff that really matters. Where we can, correlate it. There's 6 different major industry-wide specific correlations, and like I didn't use them like this is the Pearson, this is experiment, and so forth. But I use words that you guys would be able to understand, right? Do they move together? Do they trend together? Do they drop together? Do the bad streak lineups together? Do the bad days overlap? Do they lose big together? Do they together under stress, tail risk events together, right? So you can come in here and you can use this and compare your moves and all that, right? And if you don't know what this means, because like numbers are hard, right? It'll tell you, right? And then it'll tell you combine these ones, stay away from combining these ones. And then when you start getting into really building a portfolio or allocation, right? You can choose your risk appetite here, right? Figure out what moves do best with that risk appetite, right? Drag them in, and then it'll tell you, is the portfolio you're building, right? Is that going alongside with the correlation that you pick? So yeah, that's something we're getting into. But yeah, like we're not pros at it. We're going to start practicing it. So we don't want to sit here and sell you that we're pros when this is going to be a new concept to us that we're going to try out. Who are you guys talking about? Nancy Pelosi? Yep. She actually is scheduled for Christmas.
She's a soft maybe, actually.
And she
Vince says you guys should join these trading comps. And I'll say this, like, Vince, like, I totally hear you, and we've been told this many times, like, go to one of these Tradify Cups or something. It's just like, dude, I'm so focused on just making money, and like
for me, it's just like, dude, like the reason I'm still walking is because I put my position size first. Those trading comps and my risk profile before anything.
Yeah.
Right. If it wasn't like, so I don't risk, my risk per trade is conservative intraday. Right. I'm never going to place in those. So it's never going to happen.
Like I'd be last.
Last place every day.
Because, like, dude, these people, they just, I mean, let's be real. They're not trading competitions, guys. They're just degenerate full porting competitions. And whoever can just get the luckiest at going 2-3 minis deep every trade, that's the winners. Like, these aren't indicative of trading at all.
Believe it or not, like the first couple that came out, me and my team tracked every single trader. Half of them, more than half, it was like 72% of them were robots. They weren't even real traders.
Yeah, it's just, what are you really doing it for? And then you also got yourself, like, you're putting yourself in an environment every single day, guys. I'm so serious with this. You have to be intentional at where you're giving your energy. That's an investment. And I'm not putting my energy into a full porting competition where I'm just trading with bots and degenerates. Like, it's goofy. Like, let's make money. Let's remember why we're here. And 9:30 is open.
9:30 is open. Okay, about 1 minute. All right, remember, we're seeing, can we get down here and snap up? All right, so pausing with the market, right? Shorts can come later at 9:45 and all that, right?
Yep, 100%, Chris. That's same thing. Like, honestly, you don't really see a lot of serious traders in those. I mean, unless they're using their strategy and just highly amplifying the risk. But either way, even if somebody's following their edge and they're just like, okay, I'm going to 10x my risk on the trade, are you really going to do that? No, you ain't going to do that in the real market. So
I'm not even gonna lie, I almost just fucked up. Like,
what
happened? My trade was on NQ. God bless.
All right, I'm 5 micro. Oh.
Yeah, legit.
Account blow.
Oh my gosh, that would have been a really not so fun way to start the week. All right, we're just paying attention. We know that there's probabilities to the downside. If it's a super strong market, it'll start ripping to the upside and make us be breakout traders.
Get above 9:30 here. I'm taking this long cash flow heavy at 6 a.m. open to the New York 1 high. I'm gonna try to leave 1 to 2 micros on for the MFE levels above at around 846 to 890. Need to close above here though. So you guys see my screen. These are the gunship levels from the Q1, above and below. So I leveraged the first quarter of the New York daily candle, the RTH portion of the daily candle, and that's what these are. So this is the median to average below. This is the median to average above. And then I'm aligning this with how are we breaking out of 930. If we continue going lower, I'll wait for 945 to make it extremely obvious we're going true, and I'll join the shorts for a new low a day. If we get above, I'll take the classic mean reversion to false.
All right, I'm short. Right, I'm gonna take 2 off right here at 10 basis points. And then my stop's on the other side of 930. Oh, what is this doing? All right.
Ninja Trader.
Oh my gosh. What the fuck? So I'm gonna have to manually do this one. Stop will be right above here. All right, I'll leave this here. Let me go in and get ready to take 2 off. God. And let's try this. Wait, is this still a buy limit? Get out of here, you. So it did it. It just wouldn't change it. Let me see if I can get a stop limit on. Right there. Oh my gosh. All right, we gotta take 2 off.
Change?
It's not changing. It won't change my contract. All right, next 2 will come off right here at this 70% probability, which is at 592.
Good short.
Remember, short's not the higher probability, 592. Oh, so that one worked. Good grief.
Get this closure 10 basis points from that is 100% in the past 17 sessions at 617.
Front run is about to, I think front run is confirmed to the downside. So remember, this is my next 592 is my cash flow target. If I get stopped out, it'll be for like 225. And then I'll start engaging with the longs.
That is so weird. I think we have a slight data difference.
What you mean? Am I delayed?
No. Your front run print. Oh, because you're on. Look at that. So NQ's front run print, MNQ didn't.
Oh, okay, got it.
Just a very. Sometimes it's just subtle differences of where that candle closes.
There. Now I got both my buy stops. Dude, I had a bare knuckle fist fight last night because something about the at the monies that I did on the ATM structure that I did on Friday kept floating orders according to Pocket. So I turned on 1800 gunship and then went to church, right? And then I come back and I had like got stopped out of the gunship, and then I had like 5 micros on with no stops, nothing, just ghost orders floating. And it was like, oh, okay, let me fix this. And so I took some London trades and I barely got break even again. It was not the funnest thing I've ever experienced in my life.
Telling you, bro. We need to literally account for like 10 to 15% of anything you guys do trading. Just 10 to 15% of it's going to be technical slippage. Just technical problems that because software stuff. Maybe that's why Ninja Trader hasn't invited me on to Ninja Trader Live.
Yeah.
Ninja Trader, if you're listening, I would still love to come on, but I'm not going to sell my soul. You guys need to do better. Yeah. I would say that right to y'all's face. Listen, guys, listen. Y'all need a better platform. Y'all need a simple mode. Keep everything you got. Just add a simple mode. For us, simple people.
For us, simple jacks. For the simple jacks of life.
Like, come on. Give me a toggle button. There you go. Hold on. There. Oh. Got to get that 100%. 10 basis points. Come on. One more point. Getting the breakout. 2 minutes on the gunship market open. Look at this, guys. I'm telling you, we're a hedge fund.
Are you long?
Huh? No.
Oh.
It's just you got the front run of the short, and I'm still waiting for confirmation.
Yeah. I was like, dude, there's none of your entry signals came on for the short. I mean, long. What are you doing?
Just clicking buttons, dude. I'm
Moon cycling.
Button itch.
Moon cycling. I gotcha.
It's a waning phase tonight. Why are you not long?
Stupid. All right, we're rejecting this 10 basis points off of 930 pretty hard, right? We got another 5-minute candle opening up in 1 minute. So that's going to be the candle that probably stops me out if I do get stopped out, since my stop is right here, right above the 930 high. All right, And then that says the market is so strong that it doesn't want this 70% probability or this 80% probability. And I'm cool with losing that trade because remember, we're expecting down and up. God, why do I keep pressing that button? All right, let's go back over here, chat about this. I'm working and doing this, so.
You're managing a business, trading, and helping veterans.
Life is chaotic.
You got one of those detective hats. You know the Sherlock Holmes hats that has like 4 bills on each side? That's what you're wearing right now.
Yeah, Pocket's building some really cool stuff for Ninja Trader. All right, let's see. My next CPI should be coming up.
You build it, I'm using it. Five minutes till 9:45. Coming into the 25th percentile MFE.
Oh, real quick, it hit my cash flow target just now, right? Which was a 70% probability zone right here. So now I got 2 on. I'll just run until 10 o'clock and then I'll add 2 if we've got the true status. Remember, we're looking right here, and let me move this over. 40 basis points off of 6.9, right? The 50th percentile, and the lack of a 4-step reversal, that'll give me permission to go with more selling after 10 o'clock for the short
Nick, can
true.
you pull your tray back up for a second?
Yeah.
All right, there you go, Rob.
Oh. And so right now we got to pay attention to this pink box right here, because remember, this is the area where we like to reject and go false and go to the upside. So we're here right now, right? Right here, right now, right? So if we start getting turnaround, right, that's the signature you want for longs, which we're looking for anyway. Right, so we will be paying attention. Does a 4-step reversal kick in at 9:45?
Slim Sniper, the first X commenter of the stream.
What up, my dude?
I thought he wears a captain's hat.
I used to. I still have my PC that has captain bars on it.
We're about to have a Captain Clark in the family. It's just not going to be me.
Yeah.
I'm going to go through that gate guard and be like, do you know who my wife is? Why are you not?
Oh my goodness. You better salute me.
I can't have a good day until you tell me to. I really like this distance. Okay, so real quick, guys, as we're setting up for the push to the downside for a new low a day, I try to make an effort to repeat this every single time this happens. This is what I mean when I say I like distance between 9:30 and 9:45. So if you drop down to the 1 minute time frame, you take the high and the low.
Hey,
of 9.
real quick.
Yep.
God fucking damn it. All right. So I'm going to take one more off at this 45% probability zone right here. All right. I can always add 2 if it's going to be a short true, but like, here's where it doesn't make sense to me, right? I'm up $439, right? It does not make logical sense for me to get stopped out and not take some because we're in the lower probability. So now I'm going to be in 1 and I can add 2 that later in the day. Now I got to get rid of these fucking orders. They're pissing me off. I need Chris in my life. So 1 stop. I'm going to just put 1 stop up here above the 930 high right there, because that is, if you look right here, this is the MAE. This is the MAE pullbacks. This dark red, this bright red, this orange, this green. We are expecting a retrace back into here, right? This is a 90% to 50% probability, just this green zone. But my stop's right here where it says red pullback, because these are all the successful, meaning we couldn't get to the other side of this gold box. So now, right, as we pull back up, whether we do it in the next 15 minutes or at 10 o'clock, we're expecting to pull back into this area, right? But since all the stats are saying you got to look for a major pivot, right? Like my stop's going to be here, because if we breach this, only two things are happening. I was wrong with the short, which I hope I'm wrong, because the longs are about to get smoked, or we're going to put a new MAE for successful ones, and I'm not here to play that game with it. So yeah. So my trade is reduced to one contract, and then we still haven't violated the true over the fault. We still haven't done the 4-step reversal, and we're coming up on the true signatures where we said this is where we have to accept the true. And we're going to let the 945 tell it. So if we want to turn around, this next 15-minute candle is going to do it. That's why I did what I just did. Hopefully that makes sense. Tell me your trades and your wins and your losses. Who took trades in the chat and who won and who lost? Because at the end of the day, nobody cares, but it's cool to see if I'm not the only one taking trades, or Austin's not the only one. We want to see how you guys are doing.
Yeah, baby. One more minute till 9:45 or 2 1. Okay, boom, 9:45 opens. So this is what I mean when I say I like distance with 9:45. This helps me if we do make a low a day. This helps me take continuations or reversals. And it also helps me define risk around 9:30. So whatever 9:30 does here, just like how we take the 1 minute high and low of the 9:30 to 9:31, I'll then take the high and the low of 9:45 to 9:46. So whatever this 1 minute candle does. And so then let's say this is the high and let's say this is the low, whatever we do in the next 26 seconds. This is the 9:45. The distance that I'm talking about is this gap right here, this distance between 9:30 and 9:45. What this does is this lets me, if we reverse, I get to cash flow my position with just a typical retracement. So if I'm wrong, I still made money. But then also if we do the true scenario and we get below it, I can manage my risk efficiently for the continuation and get stopped a few times and still make a decent chunk of money. So I really like it when this 9:45 gives us this distance here, and there we go. So there's the 9:45. It's fully confirmed now. And now I'm just going to wait and see, do we get above or below? I'm going to turn the daily news.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we just made a new low of the day, and within our data, all right, let me show the screen real quick. We're right here, right now. Right here, right now. Will you share my screen?
Yep.
All right, so right here, right now, data told us, right, for the false, if we're going to do it, right, it needs to be right here, right now. Right? That's what it told us. This is our low of the day time. Right? However, what did we just do? We just violated our area. So if this push up doesn't turn out to be if we can't get back above 10 basis point back in the 930 range, right? The true is saying, yo, bro, if we start getting 1 minute closes above this 945, the true is saying, hey, bro, that's the reversal in the major pivot of the day that you've been looking for. Take it for these probabilities above us. AJOU, Globex open, settlement. Remember that off of the 930, right? Off of the 930, if we take the 930 price and go up to settlement, we knew that with any longs that we take right here, right now, let me turn this off, right? That this has a 90% probability. This has a 90% probability. This has an 80% probability, and this has a 60-something percent probability for this RTH gap traders. So this is the time right here, right now, that the market needs to start showing its hand, right? And it's starting to show its hand for the reversal, right? But, right, at any given moment, this 15-minute candle will tell us, nah, bro, we're going true the rest of the day. Or, hey, bro, start thinking about the longs, because that was the major pivot of the morning. So there you go. Sorry to cut you off. I wanted to bring that up because it was happening right here, right now. And look how many times we're rejecting the pink line of death. I'm just saying, the Barbie doll pink line of death. All right, I'm going to get coffee. If I get stopped out, cool, because I'm going to freaking smack some longs. But I'm not trying to front run my systems, right? I'm just letting the obvious play in. Remember, I'm always looking for the false movement, so I should have been looking for longs there, but the market told me clear as day, short true, bro. So let's set the conditions for your success, right? For your proper decision making, not rushing, not FOMO, not greed, none of that. All right. All right. I'm going to get coffee.
Slim Sniper, specific from 9:30 open to 9:45 and use the other times. Just the 1 minute range, Slim Sniper. Don't think too much into it. All right. If you think, dang, this sounds too simple, it's because it is. The 1 minute candle high and low. Also, another thing I'm looking out for is, yes, just like Mickey said, this is a low of day. This is also the P12 low. So this is every sequence I need. I just need it to confirm. Okay. And these are trades I'm happy to be wrong. These are trades I'm happy to pay for. Okay. When we have that in stat low a day on a bullish instrument with all stats above, and then from a price perspective, respecting that P12 low. But then I love where 940 is over top of the P12 low, because I can also take the short, and that means we're rejecting this P12 low. The first 12 hours, the first half of this daily candle is failing to support the daily candle. So I really, really like that 945 is overlapping this P12 low. This gives me a really good confidence and good risk management for both a few attempts at longs or shorts. We just need to get, for me, I'm a breakout trader, so I just need to close. That's my final sequence. I don't try to put too much thought and effort into the entry sequence or the entry process. A little personal philosophy with me as we're sitting here waiting for this setup to confirm is I believe that if people could make their entry process more objective and less subjective, their trading would dramatically improve overnight. And that's just my philosophy, because if you think about it, what is if you go through the rabbit hole of all the poor trading decisions, you know, of tilt, FOMO, hesitation, doing all this lack of follow through of your trade plan, it all starts from executing. Like the starting catalyst of every trade is as funny as it sounds. We're not sitting here making it rocket science. It's clicking the button, right? So if the way that I'm clicking this button is inconsistent, then most likely so is my progress. So is whatever I'm trying to do. So the origination from every one of my trade ideas, 90% of the time are always going to be the same. It's either going to be a close or a pullback from the close of a breakout of a range. All right, we got 18 seconds here. We're breaking to the downside, so I am going to look for this short, keeping risk really tight around this P12 low, so I can take a few attempts if we do chop around. 3, 2, 1, taking this short, stop right here above 945. You see this red line right here, that's 10 basis points. Aligning this 10 basis point cash flow with the gunship here, you can see that right now we're in this median to average MFE of the Q1 break of the gunship. So if we are going to go true, and if I am correct about this short, because I can get stopped, okay, that is the higher scenario, is us going false. But if we do the true, there's a lot more expansive move to be had for, because that's what trues do. Trues like to do above average, above median. So if this is above average, above median, well, then I'm trying to align de-risking my position in line with what's realistic for a true. So if I know that we're above average and above median for this true, I'm trying to see, okay, well, here's the average. That's 12 basis points. That's plenty for me to sit here and see, can I de-risk a portion of this trade and take half of it off here? So that way now, if we get that reversal, it's not going to be as impactful.
Hey, just so you know, like I closed right here at the 50th percentile, right? From the gunship and the MFE of the 730 to 830, because I forget I have to worry about trail and drawdown in this account. And then I can always get back in at 10 o'clock if it does true. It's not because my thoughts are changing, but it'd be pretty foolish for me to get stopped out. Number one, be up $400 on one micro, $300 on one micro, and then for it to come back, so I lost that 300 with trail and drawdown, and then take a $100 loss. So that would have been down 400, and that doesn't pass the common sense check. All right, so I closed it, and I'll wait for 10 o'clock to re-engage if I'm going to. and that account and that trade is up $1,200.
And trailing drawdowns.
There you go.
Intraday trailing drawdown is really difficult when you're trying to do runners.
Yeah, it's something I'm trying to achieve because it's my weakness, intraday trailing drawdown. So I got an account that I'm working on to beat that weakness, which kind of is cool because you have to beat it when you're in profit and when you're in drawdown, right? Like you have to think risk from those two approaches, and that's something I never did before. So it's pretty fun to do. But then at the same time, like you have to be very strategic. You have to calculate whatever your profit is currently and whatever your stop is, and that's how much you're going to lose if you're wrong, which is crazy to do. It's almost like you're always in drawdown.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I didn't want to cut you off when I was doing that. I feel like I've been cutting you off all morning.
Dude, you're good, man. You're trading, bro. Happens.
Like every time you started talking about something, you're like, blah, blah, blah. I gotta do this and this and this.
Dude, you're the one that took that trade, man.
Well, if TradingView's several seconds to like, dang it, I was hoping that the props were delayed and TradingView wasn't, because I was gonna be like, take them. Forecast into the future. Because sometimes you'll see that, especially when Top Step X came out, right? Like it was constantly that TradingView was in front of Top Step X, and we would just sit there and milk the crap out of it.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. That was a good little moment in time. We're getting back above the P12 low here. So obviously if we close, that's the biggest risk for my stop loss getting hit. But again, we accounted for it. This is something I talk about too, is like, I really don't like messing with stops and trades for this very reason, is because at the end of the day, we account for this risk, right? I go into this trade saying, okay, I can take anywhere between 3 to 4 hits if we do get chopped. I don't want to, but that's something that can be a reality. And so if that is something that can be a reality, well, then I'm not going to overmanage it. I'm not going to let a pullback stop me out for something that still can get me some sort of expected value that's positive. So we just let it cook, baby. Let it marinate. Let it tell me I'm wrong. And then if I'm wrong, I lose against the winning team and I get back into the upside. And I join the winning team.
Did you say let it cook and cock a gun?
Let it cook. Cock a gun? No.
I'm telling you, I always see you cocking guns back
Why
there.
do you think I'm playing with my knife over here? Maybe that's what you hear. I'm like flipping it out in the open like this. Can you hear it now?
Yeah.
It's my knife.
That sounds like a hammer, dude. I'm not even gonna lie.
It's my fidget. It's an adult fidget spinner.
Dude, that's how I do I got 2 adult, I have 3. I have my gun, I have my knife, and I have my harmonica. Those are my fidget toys.
Freaking harmonica, bro.
How many of you guys actually have mastered the intraday trailing drawdown? Or have you run away from it? I know Drez, the reason Drez is so freaking successful is because he started with the intraday trailing drawdown, and he beat it because he was like, I'm going to take my trade the same way everybody else does, from the higher time frame or the higher probability or whatever, but I'm only going to run it for 10 to 15 handles to 20 handles. And that's how he beat intraday trailing drawdown. But that's how he developed as a trader too, right? He just learned how to take those very, very good base hits. Right? And that's why I say don't run away from your weaknesses. Learn your strengths, because as long as you're losing small and gracefully and not large and obnoxiously while you're learning how you want to trade, right? Do it all, right? Were you saying something?
The same exact trade. If we close above 945, I'm going to put my stop right here below P12 low, and I'm going to try to ride this back to the 930.
Irish Wave, me and you were born the same year. We had pretty similar experiences, except for you played in the prop game. Well, I spent 20 years in the Army, and then when I got out of the Army, I went investment banking where you were leaving the prop space. That's pretty badass.
All right, I'm long.
There you go. Dude, I'm telling you, the 945 reversal is my favorite. And I just watched it because I've got no business taking it right now. This is the same. It's a very similar setup, except for I took the short last Thursday with this 945 reversal in mind. It did the 10 o'clock footprint rejection. I got long, and all the chat was like, oh my God, you're going to get stopped out. And it just went, blah, blah, blah. I was like, dude, I don't know what to tell you. I've seen this reversal so many times. And I've got data around it, the major pivot.
This is another little nuance I like to do when I'm managing risk. I call it being dynamic with the market. So I want you guys to notice how my cash flow target to the downside was only 12 basis points. Okay, it was like this. But then my cash flow target to the upside is 24. Because the edge, the probabilities, and this is where knowing statistics and not being a robot really comes into play. And this is what Mickey and I try to hammer into the bootcamp students all the time, is when you're building MFEs and MAEs and building data, this is the wrong approach, is to look at these numbers as this is what I'm always going to do. I'm always going to place my stop loss at this. I'm always going to place my TP at this. That's not the purpose of building MAE. It's to understand your environment. It's to know that, just like this trade right here, I know that 17 basis points is the median MFE of 945 right here. And then in the current market, if I go to the 5-minute time frame, you can even see this. Historically, it's about 17. In the current market, because we're so expansive, look at this. Median MFE is all the way to 36. So I'm now combining MFE of the environment with the daily candle. Today, it makes more sense for us to go with an in-stat low a day. So I'm not going to limit my cash flow and limit my my bottleneck, my edge, by just saying, okay, well, I'm just going to do the same thing every single time because I know this has a high win rate. Yeah, win rates are cool, but I like to squeeze the most out of a trade and be real and be dynamic with the market. This lets me. Sometimes people say the stop loss is bigger than the TP, and it's like a negative risk to reward. This is what lets me trade a negative risk structure, if you want to call it that, even though it's not. It's still a positive number. This is what lets me trade something with a higher stop loss to TP ratio in a single trade and still come out positive at the end of the week.
Boom, shakalaki. Right, so if you go back to my screen real quick.
Yes, sir.
So we knew that successful pullbacks, this had a 90% probability to the 50th, right? And this is that pullback. So what Austin needs to see is for us to step above and start getting into the red zone, right? And right now your probability flags for the hour and the 3 hour are still down. But like I said, this is a high probable pivot area. So, right, we're going to see how it feeds into this footprint being the previous hour wick, right? Let me move these aside. Right, and we're going to see, like, we need to make it obvious because we know the footprint rejection can come in, right? Is it a sign of strength or weakness if we break off of here, or does it need to go here, or does it need to go here, or does it need to stop him out, right? But we know that this is like the area where if we're going to go with the higher probability, go down to come up, this is where it has to happen, right? So we're going to pay attention, and then Q2, the second 15 minutes needs to take out Q1 high, and then we need to continue that 4-step reversal up. Right? If not, we've already got the violation of the true, but because it did this response, right, we've got to pay attention to that 4-step reversal, which remember we said get above 9 o'clock's 50%, which is right here at the 10 o'clock open, get above 9:30, 10 o'clock takes out 9 o'clock's high, and we make it in-stat low for Q1, and Q2 confirms it. See how there's plenty of time to make these decisions, right? You don't have to rush to failure, right? Now your trade is freaking perfect.
Yeah, but if this does work out, because I'm for micros, if we do get what I'm trying, the overall trade is, I'll take one more off of the 9 o'clock high. This is just another little statistic I leverage going into 10 o'clock. Is if this 945 reversal, like Mickey's talking about, is going to be successful, well then statistically we only take one side of 9 o'clock post So all the way till noon. So 9 o'clock high is up here at 7:50. 9 o'clock low is down here at 5:16. So if this is a successful reversal, well then the reversal, the war path, the trajectory would be taking the 9 o'clock high. So then cash flow target here, extended target here, and then my overall runner will be if we do that late false movement. But we got to get above this previous 9 o'clock mid. That's the thing that right now we're struggling to do. So if I got to pay a few times for this trade, I'll pay a few times for it.
Good job, Shy Take. He says 2 for 2, done for the day. Green day, good night. You have a good night, brother. Who else took trades? July 8th close at 4:57. July 8th gap. Cool. One out of 2, right? Jason stopped short above 9:30, then took it short just now at 9:40 to the lows. Good job, brother. Andrew took the 9:30 short for 10 basis points. This is a lower probability. Good job. Bill took the short below 9:30, took it to London low, and now waiting. You're still in that. Give me an update on that, Bill. Stacks 1K done. Magic dashboard for the win. What's the magic dashboard? Not sure what that is, but good job for your trade. Magic dashboard. Good trading today, ladies and gentlemen. Flat right now. Good. Is PTFX coming up to trade today?
I'm not sure. I haven't heard from him.
So talk to Kelly. She's on vacation right now, but she's interested and she's gonna reach out to you once she gets back from vacation.
I would love to see her trade.
She does that Apex, the Q2, Q3 quarters break, or Q3, Q4 quarters break Apex with an inversion fair value gap entry. She does a great job with that.
This ain't looking good. We got a rejection off the 930, suck back below 9. So this will be my final attempt if we get back below 945, because I just haven't been able to cover my queen twice. Because now live price is rejecting 930, getting below the previous hour midpoint. Final sign off that my stop is most likely going to get hit, and I'm just on the wrong side of the market, is getting back below the P12 low. The stop is here. So it's going to be that's going to be the make or break here. And then we're also moving into that later portion of the Q1, which is going to confirm, are we going to take the Q1 low or take the Q1 high? We take the Q1 low. I'm stopped. If we get back above the open here at 632, which is also the mid of 9 o'clock, maybe I have an opportunity to cover my queen.
Well, rejecting this 5 basis points pretty good, which is at the 50% of the previous hour footprint wick. That's going for you. Like I never tried to, because I've seen these things go to the 10 and just in the last minute of the 15 just rip up, and then the Q2 will come back down and reject off of that wick and head up. So I wouldn't. You're still good. You're still validated right now.
Yeah.
I think your risk is in the right location and everything's good, man. And if you take a red day, it's cool because the gunship's going to make it up anyway. Took a great 1800. It took a great 1800 multiple attempt short.
Last night, I was flying my dude. I'm still jet lagged, bro. I'm exhausted.
Dude, did you get any sleep? You're on at 5 o'clock or 6
I got
o'clock.
to bed at 2 a.m.
Oh my goodness, brother. You need to get some sleep.
I'm pretty tired.
Wait, you're telling me that you didn't get 12 hours of sleep, do an ice bucket challenge, and meditate?
Do an ice bucket challenge?
With red light radiation, doing a mass routine before you place the trade? God, your psychology must be off.
Dude, you actually should be doing red light therapy while ice, but like the bucket the tub should be made of red light lamps.
I mean, all those are healthy things, but I think data does me better than, you know, half this stuff that gets promoted that you need to do before taking a trade. I get a lot less stress when I know I'm trading with data than I do if I just jumped in an ice shower. I don't know. Maybe it's me though.
No, I'm the same way, dude. I mean, you guys are seeing it. Like I'm not as rested. You know, some people are like, I don't take a trade if I don't get 8 hours of sleep. Like, if my system is what builds my discipline, right? Like the fact that I'm waiting for a simple example, a close above or below. Like, I am not allowed to take a trade unless we either close above and then pull back to a degree that I'm trying to scale into, or close above and break. So like the discipline for me to execute isn't because I'm a red light therapy, you know, cold shower and guru. It's because the process that I have made, the non-negotiable that I've made, that's backed by an objective reason, which is why do I wait for a close above below? Because that can be a constant that happens that I can align MFE with and be dynamic with the day. That's every part of my process that is backed by some sort of objectivity. It's making me have no choice but to trade as if I am a disciplined trader. So if anything, the way that you guys see me trade is I'm just LARPing, right? I'm just I'm just LARPing. Atomic Habits. Take a book out of Atomic Habits. Don't try to be the person you want to be. Just ask yourself, the person that's already in the position that you wish to be in, what are their habits? What do they do on a regular basis that gives them the opportunity to be in the position that they're in? So that's what we do here.
Bless all church trade. He brings up a good point. I'm going to try to read this without laughing. All right. You should wake up at 3 a.m. By 3:30, your ice bath needs to be done. By 5 a.m., the hedge fund needs to be established. 9:30, summer markets have been beaten. And he's got a good point. You can't beat the summer markets if you do not tan at the beach. And the only way you tan at the beach is if you're out of the game by 9:30. So thanks for giving us that edge. Plus,
I know he's not a true hedge fund manager, though, because he didn't talk about checking the weather report. Because it's also that hedge fund managers and institutions check the UV index before they hunt stop losses.
Yeah, because how do they know what type of sunscreen to use? Do they need to use the 30, the 10, the 70, the 110? Do they need to put on the 100 deep proof bug spray? Like,
well, when they hunt retail stop losses, you forget to mention that the algorithm of the hunt stop loss algorithm, okay, the algo, if the UV index is above 7, then the ACs are going to be more strained, which is going to cause latency in their algos, which is going to cause latency in the stop loss hunting. All right. So
then just like on Thanksgiving, they're going to have to shut the whole CME down. That makes so sense. That makes all the sense.
We only talk about the stuff that matters here, guys.
Dude, if I was in charge of building algos, I'd be like the mosquito killer for summer markets, and that would be the whole purpose of it, is to go through and hunt stop losses. That'd be cool.
Dude, what's that thing? What is that turret thing that they put on bases that shoots down missiles? It's like a machine gun.
Oh, yeah. I forget.
They've made one for mosquitoes.
Dude, I've got one of these assault guns that I can shoot flies and stuff, but I want to get one for
I got one of those too.
It's so fun.
Yeah.
Shoot my daughter with it when she gets slippy. Oh, shit. Child services just pulled up.
Put some salt in the eye.
Whenever Satan's attacking me, I just take the assault gun, turn it over my shoulder, and start shooting.
That's one of those
look like that.
Like, dude,
look like that.
Out of that.
I know, right? Dude, the best invention right now, speaking of summers, is like there's this pole with this canvas, and you just put it in the sand, and like it is based off of the beach wind, and it just gives you shade. And it was invented by, and those things are selling for like $75, and everybody at the beach has them now. And like, it's just a pole and canvas, and then it expands based off of the wind, and everybody's going crazy. And it's such a genius idea. And I'm like, and they were created, they were invented by college kids on spring break.
So
That's
the
simple.
story, the moral to the story is go on spring break in college and you might become a millionaire.
Yep. Look at that. If you let your emotions get the best of you, right, you would have got stopped out of this trade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minute would have just made you alter the trade plan that you would have spent all weekend back testing and creating data for. You would have just, you broke your rules. You would have just missed out on a really good trade signature right here and had to get drawdown from it. Good job being disciplined.
Thanks, man.
Dude, I love jumping on Instagram and watching those videos where people steal the Amazon packages and they have like them rigged with like, I don't know what it is, but it's like this powder paint. It is the funniest thing ever, dude.
You're talking about the dude, go watch
People
Mark Lober's video. That's funny.
Yeah.
He's a ex-NASA scientist, and the dude literally built something that like literally attacks porch pirates. It does something like that. It shoots fart spray, glitter.
I guess it's against the law though. Like it's considered assault, but like they're on your property. But you know how the law is sometimes. Like, did you know that if a drone hovers in front of my window in my backyard, it is illegal for me to shoot it down? So like a drone can hover and record what I'm doing from the outside of the glass of my house, and I cannot shoot it down. That drives me crazy. I'm gonna still shoot it down. I'll take the ticket. Like I don't care.
Shoot it with your salt gun.
Yeah.
Shoot it with your salt gun and say your drone just got assaulted. Ha! Sorry, officer. I didn't mean to commit assault.
Dude, that's funny. What was the dad joke I heard yesterday?
Come for the trades, stayed for the dad jokes.
Let's see. It had to do with a magnet because it attracts everybody. What does everybody want to be friends with? Ah!
Oh,
Trump, you son of a bitch. All right, Q2 took out Q1's low. Austin stopped out of his trade. We're expecting Q1 high, Q4 low. Short true still in play. That's that.
Well,
what is an object that everybody wants to be friends with, but is not a human? It's a magnet because it attracts everybody.
That was fun.
There's your dad joke. Yeah, that was bullshit. But it is what it is. Expecting a 3-hour line down to go with the short crew. Lack of 4-step reversal. Breached all 4 parts. Now, if we take out this 9 o'clock high, then I'm definitely expecting a range 1. Because statistically, when we take out the 9 o'clock high and low in the 10 o'clock hour, you usually get a range signature for the rest of the day. Damn. It didn't even let you collect cash flow or nothing.
That was so fucking annoying.
It is what it is. On to the next one.
Like, what the fuck was that shit?
It's gonna be something like stupid, like that one tweet where it was like, we bombed this person, and it comes out that it was false news. Lockett reinstated. Oh, cool. Not. I can't keep up with this war, man. Like, sometimes we're in it, sometimes we're not in it. Like, I don't even know anymore. Oh, you don't even have to tell me it was Trump. I knew the instant it started flashing the candle, it was Trump.
I mean, I'll give this one more attempt here. If we get back above it, I'm not gonna take the shorts. I'll take one more attempt if we do pull back in above 945, because I just haven't been able to cover my damn queen, dude. Like,
yeah.
Let
me share my chart. All right, so right, we moved 1.55%, right? Even in a short true status, right, like this, 1.5 would put us right here for the low of the day. Now we know that the two problems that we got to solve, if we get above the 930, then this problem has been confirmed. But like we know that even with the most bearish signature right now, the only problem we're trying to solve is, do we make a low of the day and range the rest of the day, meaning that we make a new low of the day right here, or between 1030 and 1045, and then we range the rest of the day? Or does it continue with the 3-hour line down, New York 2 goes short, and we make an end of day low of the day? The problem is we only have so much more distance before we get in complete anomaly land, which news is kicking off. We've already had an anomaly land day, but right, we know that like from a low of the day perspective, we're hitting the extremes, which is why he's talking about the mean reversion. Now we're going to go to candle signs, and we can see, wrong one, based off of what Friday and Thursday did, right? Based off of us taking the previous day low and the previous day open, right? We can see that from this being the previous day low, we can see that the 70th percentile, meaning 30% of the time it happens, right? 56 basis points, right, is right here. We just swiped it. So now we know from a candle signs approach, we are at the max extreme as well, right? So going back to the data, we hit this level right here, right? Meaning out of the 409 times, Thursday did what it did, Friday did what it did, and what we've done, that only 30% of that 409 has breached this 56 basis points over previous day low. And you can see that the farther we go, so we're running out of room from a candle signs approach, we're running out of room from a daily profile low of the day short true approach. And so that's why, like, if we start seeing mean reversion back up, we know we've got to take it serious and take that trade and pay for the premium of taking it. But that's one of the reasons why Austin is targeting what he's targeting, right? Which I think is a very smart idea.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is just an unlucky bullshit fucking news thing or whatever. Like, what the hell?
It is what it is. Somebody hit the wrong button in the Bloomberg terminal. That was you, Jason. I know you got a Bloomberg. Notice how we still can't get below this pink line where 50% of the falses MFE came before we went to the other side as well. You know, it would be insult to injury, and I say this joking.
What's that?
That like when next time you get on Twitter, somebody's going to post along and say shorts were my liquidity.
Yep, that was the stop loss, Hunter Algo. That's what I get for making the joke.
They got your ass. Anyway, dude, I gotta jump.
All right, man.
ETFX, you coming up?
Yeah, he's in the back rooms.
Nice. And good job being disciplined and sticking to your plan. And we've got DLOs for a reason, right? Right? It's going to take multiple attempts, and the way you structured your risk profile, you can take 3, and the 4th one hit and make up and give you cash flow. So stick to your game plan, stick to your trade, and you got this, brother. It's an honor, as always.
Absolutely, dude. It's always fun.
Yep. Later, man.
See you, bro. I'm just being really, really patient here to see if we get that close above this 945. This, like I said, this will be my final attempt because I was really expecting that if we were going to push into 930, we could at least retest that 50%. So I was trying to cover the queen there, and we still could. This just could have been a bullshit news event candle that gets retraced. So I want to take one more attempt. If I can't cover my queen here, like Mickey said, hey, we got daily loss limits for a reason. It'll just be a red day for me. Lock it up. 3, 2, 1. I'm going to take this one more time. Stop, same place. Literally this is the same carbon copy trade of the last time. Take one off here. Take one off right here. So I got 680, 686. I do not want to go to NQ. I don't know why it's doing that. Looking over here at the gunship here. Take 1 micro off if we get up here at the median MFE of the 945. Actually, going to place this micro right here in the middle of that. A little bit too close. I really want to take advantage of this potential mean reversion back to 930. That's why I'm really trying to get the meat and potatoes of this, cover the queen. So that way, if we do get the low of day, if this low of day holds anywhere here, and we do like Mickey said, we range 1, I want to take out this 9 o'clock high up here. And just in case we get a crazy candle again. Let me sell that right there. We got PTFX coming up in 4 minutes for ambiguous hour. He's been on vacation, so you guys get to see another style of trading. Still using the same statistics, same tools, same thought process, just in his own style. If you guys have any other questions here, we got hey, if you guys got value too, hey, listen, right? What did we say at the beginning of this stream? We show you guys the wins, the losses, the good, the bad, the ugly. You got to see Mickey take a beautiful short to the downside. And he realized the meat and potatoes of a true, that high probable price movement of the true, the short true. You guys see me get stopped twice. Okay, like I said, it's my final attempt here. If I can't cover the queen at all, we'll see if I get tick denied here, what we're gonna do. But sticking to the process. And why do I get so pumped up about this? Why do I find so much passion in live trading for you all to see this? Is because when you are learning, when you are going through the motions as a newer trader, it's not about watching somebody live to just copy trade them or watching someone live because to be entertained. No. In the military, we lead from the front. We practice what we preach. When you are teaching somebody, you demonstrate it. And the one gap that I found in the trading education space when I first came into it, everybody wants to teach their theory, but no one wants to demonstrate it because they're scared of losing in front of people, because they're self-conscious, because it's not repeatable, because they're still applying discretion, right? Things that you can't really teach to the student. And if you can't teach something that's repeatable to the student, you're just teaching your discretion. And that's not necessarily bad. It's just a lot more difficult to teach feelings than just objective if-then statements that then you can apply to your own logic of trading. So that's why I wanted to do, and that's why we pursue what we pursue, is so that way you guys see exactly how Mickey, me, PTFX, Drez, Eldianis, Karl, you get to see these people come up here in front of you all and apply their own logic to statistics, to the things that you guys get taught in the boot camp. So that way you see different perspectives. You see the spectrum of performance. You see what a foggy day looks like, because that's important. You know, and when people are teaching in this space, I think they have a little bit of I think they have kind of an opportunity to really show the true variance of their edge. And sometimes they let maybe their fear of losing or looking not like they're the gods of trading or whatever, they let that get a little bit too ahead of their emotional state of not just doing it. Because dude, we're all humans. I think anybody that comes into this space and they think that they never lose, or they want to portray they never lose or anything like that, it just does their students more harm than good, in my opinion. All right, there's 2 micros off. Like I said, I fully agree with Mickey. The only thing I'm just a little bit weird about is this was a bullshit news candle. And this wasn't like just, in my opinion, what we typically do, okay? So sometimes it's like, yeah, we took the 9 o'clock low, and if we are going to range one, then we're most likely taking the 9 o'clock high. But if this news event, if Trump didn't tweet, would this low a day still hold? That's the thing that's going in the back of my mind right now, is like, if Trump didn't make that bullshit tweet of something to engage the market maker stop loss hunting algorithm, would I still be long right now, and would this low a day still hold? And if this low a day still holds, and we do take, and we do some sort of range one signature, which is taking then both sides of 9 o'clock high and low, well, then I want to really squeeze out this trade and see if we can get to this false. So I'm really trying to sit here and get the meat and potatoes of this movement out, even if we are going to range one. That's why you see my targets where they're at. So 731 is just the natural path to retest the 930 high with just a little bit below. It's also right here at the median MFE of the 945 break. And then this other one here at 747.25 is right below that 9 o'clock low. Because if we are going to range one, then we typically take both sides of 9 o'clock. That will leave me with one more micro to take if we are going to try to retest the P12 mid / New York 1 high at 794. That's where I'll place it. So that's my trade, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to take up too much time from Ambiguous Hour with PTFX. He said I'm just going to go over my trades and why, and did what I did. I'm not going to stay on forever, and that's perfectly fine. So PTFX is going to come up here, brief his trades and what he's looking for the rest of this day. You guys see the rest of the trades. Whatever he hops off, if it's still a little bit of time before the Bootcamp focus session at noon, I'll just bring my screen back on and either stream my trade or the gunship, whatever happens here. So I hope you guys got value from today's PackTV. I hope you guys seen just, again, another example and another session of what it looks like to follow the same repeatable process that's backed by objectivity. We don't look at any day as a unique day. We don't look at any trade as a unique trade. They're just one sample in a series of 100 samples. And if we are trying to do this long term, if we want to be day traders long term, well, then we got to think long term. The action that we do today should be amplified by the next week, the next month. And if the actions that I did on the chart today, I can still repeat tomorrow and the next day, then I'm following a process that I can consistently engage. And then the final icing on the cake is if I can follow a process that I can consistently engage, does it have positive expectancy? Does it have statistics that back my logic? Yes, it does. And there we go. All we got to do is keep sticking and doing the same thing over and over. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is, in my opinion, what profitable trading is failing to level your systems. I failed to level with my systems today, and I hope you guys seen the value in that. Y'all stay grinding on your goals, and as always, never let anyone tell you that you can't do something they never done themselves. And I'll see y'all later. Bye, everybody.
Did you find value in how Austin and Mick trade and analyze the market? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the Pack Trade Group Discord in the description.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
3-hour line, watch it hold, watch it break. 3-hour apex, snapback mean reversion in your face. Pack trays on the mic, PTFX on the side. Yeah. We align the stats with the live, let it ride. We are live on PackTV. Futures moving, come and see. From the open to
Hello? Hello? All right. What up, everybody? I don't even know what day it is. Is it Monday? Fuck. All right, so let's talk about YM. Bet that excites everybody, right? Yeah. All right, so doing my wargaming. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. The way I've been doing it is a little different. So based on the stats, I kind of each day I have these zones up here. So this was like 20 minutes before market open. Let's see. Yeah, we was right about in here. And so out the gate, I was expecting it to come up, come into here. And then if it did that, that would trigger long. So then I would at least have captured the long part. And so then exactly what happened, we come up, bust out the open. So we come over here. So we went long. And then just based on the profiler, going long false was the next thing. So what I did is, since this was the high day zone for long false, I've gotten short here, and inside this zone, peeled them off as I felt. I don't know. There's no rhyme or reason why, but 5 contracts. All I'm looking for is a cash flow day. So peeled them off, and then if this really was going to be long true, I would hold it down to the long false. I mean, long false zone just down here, which kind of line up with my buy zone basically. So I did that, and then we started to rip back up a little bit. So then I actually came back to the profiler and thought, well, shit, this could go long true still. So basically it came back up, tagged me out, break even, which was fine. I still cash flowed on 4 contracts. So that was the first trade. And so then, I came back to, okay, maybe we're going to go long true, and we're going to just keep busting up through here. So then, the long true high day zone's right here. So, hey, look at that. It was right there. So I figured, okay, now we're going long true. So then I went long up into the long true high day zone. And so that satisfied this account. $200. It's Monday, cool. So, but then in the overall picture here, we're still in the sell zone, right? Even if this was long true, well, now look at it. So then on a different account, on my Ninja Trader that I love, that everyone hates, I got short. So this would have been, the high day zone short that we talk about. So, but rather than take it on this account, I'm cool with $200 on there. So let's go to another one. And so on this other account, I got short here. And now look at it. Now we went from the stats telling us the long false high day was accurate, just overshot a little bit, but it was still in this zone. So now I think we're either going to come down here, test this zone, or maybe even take this low down here. So now I have one runner going for there. So no matter what, it's going to be a 2 for 2 day. Shit, all I did was do what the fucking website said to do. And I've been messing with this new tool here. MFE analysis tool, which is pretty damn cool. You know, when you can't sleep at night, you come down to the computer at 2 a.m. and you just start messing around like a crackhead. Yeah. But now, so I've been trading YM this year, and I'm starting to really be able to put the profiler stats with it, and in a easy to read. You know, basically it was either we're going to come up here and sell, or we're going to come down here and buy. And so then you just follow the stats and follow what it tells you. And like this graph over here is the same thing that you get, you know, in here. I just made it an indicator. It's kind of cool. So, you know, of how many days this scenario's happened, you know, 16, 8 days, they reversed right here. So yeah, here we go. Let's see. So I got one runner still going. Where are we at? 725. So I'm just going to hold this runner to right here. Which will take you down to this order block here. So it's either going to come down here and bounce, or, well, it's going to be held up here. Oh yeah, this was the candle everyone was bitching about. It just took me straight to a TP. A couple of them. Hi, I'm everyone. So now we're right about B12 mid. Am I sharing too much sauce? Make spaghetti? What the fuck time is it? All right, so now 6 to 8:30 here. If we can stay closed under the mid. Oh shit. There's my stop. We can hold under the mid. Break the low 6 to 8:30. Close on their P12 mid, and we're going right here. A minute left. Oh, shit, I gotta go in like 2 minutes. Daughter's at golf lessons right now. I told her to remember everything so she could teach me. don't know what we're gonna do here. Oh, and I always use the 5 minute because anything under 5 minute, you're stupid. Who the fuck is the daily profiler? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh, uh-oh. HR's here. Alright, still failed to close. Come on. Yeah, so there's my finals.
It's Mickey, by the way. That's the name.
I know.
Okay, I was like, how do you not know this? I thought I was muted, I guess, by accident. I was saying that. How's your vacation?
Well, it's a vacation from permanent vacation.
Mickey saw me come up. That's why he said HR is here. All right, I'm out of here for a few till I have to go live.
Hey, I got to leave in 3 minutes.
Okay, I think Austin's around because he's going to put a gunship up until I come back for 12.
Okay. So, yeah, I got this runner going here on Ninja Trader. I'm good on that one. I'm just looking for a close. We're going to close on a P12 mid. Now let's see if this holds. We still need to close under this swing here, though. All right. Just going to see what happens with this final one. I mean, we are under 930 open. Weekly open. So now let's just see. So basically, I'll manage my runner now. I might just leave it, whatever. It's fine. If we get a good close under 6 to 830, I might move it down into the mid here. I mean, shit. Right there, it's still 100, over 100 points. So, yeah, long. Oh, started out short, went long. Now we got back into short. It's as easy as your mom. Fuck yeah. All right, I'm out of here. Oh, shit, I got to run. Woo-hoo!
Up from the ashes, rise, I'm a beast. Make sure the target is steady. Watch as I'm clawing and snapping my teeth. Think you can handle me, baby? Ooh, the meanest of reversions. Don't blink, 'cause you'll miss it. Oh, so you better listen. The meanest of reversions. Don't blink, 'cause you'll miss it. Oh, so you better listen. Reversions. 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 Heard the alarms go off in your head, just trying to keep me in bed. I'm so electric, you're turning me red. Oh, I think I'm ready to snap now. The meanest of reversions. Don't blink, 'cause you'll miss it. Oh, so you better listen. The meanest of reversions. Don't blink, 'cause you'll miss it. Oh, so you better listen.
And they know that they not like us. We ain't gon' do it. The only thing that could stop me is me. If you're doing this for the women you losing, do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself. They not like us, and they know that. They not like us. We ain't gon' do
spitting with a vengeance, no repentance, and it's for my descendants. Don't be out here in these trenches, cause these trenches turn to ditches, and these ditches turn to prisons, and you lose your independence. But I can last, I'm stupendous. Running wild and sipping Guinness in the cup with all the misfits. I just made a few of them some millionaires. I had to burn a few of them, they didn't care. I had to earn a few of them some clientele. But still we broke the bank, so don't you dare. Tryna knock me on my path, it gets foul, no rap. Knew this life was hard, so I'm taking no steps. While I'm light years ahead of you, and I fear no death. But I'm far from invincible, if not hold that, hold that, hold that, hold that, hold that. Keep on going, even though my pain shows I'm focused, even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. Keep my head high and I keep on going, even though my pain shows I'm focused, even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. Keep my head high and I keep on going, even though my pain shows I'm focused, even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. Keep my head high and I keep on going, even though my pain shows I'm focused, even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on.
This song, this beat, my voice, these bars, I did it myself. When it comes to you, it's on, then it's off, then it's on again. I'm out of breath. You're gonna love yourself, baby. You're alone yourself. You're gonna love yourself, baby. You're alone yourself. Did it myself. When it comes to you, it's on, then it's off, then it's on again. I'm out of breath. it back, make it the trend. Is your friend, follow it till the end. What do you have to spend if you wanna contend? Don't try to pretend. The trend is your friend. You can fight the day, but you can't fight fate. Ride the wave and elevate. The trend is your friend. 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 It's been a while, baby. Take it slow. It's been a while, baby. Take it slow. Count your stack, make it back. The trend is your friend. Follow it till the end. What do you have to spend if you wanna contend? Don't try to pretend. The trend is your friend. You can fight the day, but you can't fight fate. Ride the wave and elevate. The trend is your friend. 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 It's been a while, baby. Take it slow. She has something in mind, but the plan didn't go as designed. Couldn't waste no time. She had to figure it out on the fly. So she picked up the phone, then she started to put her on, and the rest is all. It's all just history now. So what you gon' do now? I do it all. I'm counting up my wins. I'm counting up my wins. I do it all. I do it all. I'm counting up my wins. I'm counting up my wins. I do it all. Up from the ashes, rise, I'm a beast. Make sure the target is steady. Watch as I'm clawing and snapping my teeth. Think you can handle me, baby? Ooh, the meanest of reversions. Don't blink, 'cause you'll miss it. Oh, so you better listen. The meanest of reversions. Don't blink, 'cause you'll miss it. Oh, so you better listen. Reversions. 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 Heard the alarms go off in your head, just trying to keep me in bed. I'm so electric, you're turning me red. Oh, I think I'm ready to snap now. The meanest of reversions. Don't blink, 'cause you'll miss it. Oh, so you better listen. The meanest of reversions. Don't blink, 'cause you'll miss it. Oh, so you better listen. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Oh, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Oh, let's do it.
Let's
Let's do it.
let's do it.
Oh, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Oh, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Every time you hear me, you can't help but. You can't help but. You can't help but. You can't help but. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Oh, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Oh, let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Oh, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Oh, let's do it.
We got to turn it up. Turn it up. We got to turn it up. Turn it up. We got to
Ever felt bad when all the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. I don't know what to do. Ooh, yeah. And I'm feeling confused. Ooh, yeah. All of these emotions. Ooh, yeah. Don't know what I'm choosing. Ooh, yeah. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. Have you ever felt bad? 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 All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good.
My style is the bomb, daddy bomb. My style, my style is the bomb, daddy bomb.
noise in this house. Oh yeah, let's get some noise in this house. Oh yeah, let's get some noise in this house. Oh yeah, let's get some noise in this house. Oh yeah, let's get some noise in this house. Oh yeah, let's get some noise in this house. Oh yeah, let's get some noise in this house. Oh yeah, let's get some noise in this house.
For the women you're losing, do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself. They not like us, and they know that. They not like us. We ain't gon' do. They not like us.
They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. production, too many mouths have thrown. China rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down, burn it down, burn it down. You were born in the crossfire, raised on a rerun line, told to choose a side in a cage fight they already fixed on high. But the match don't matter when you torch the ring. Kick the crown off the dealer, hear the chain dog say, hey! Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn the script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, light the fuse, watch them drown, burn it all down. Oh, rise up now, rise up now. Oh, rise up now, rise up now.
Welcome. This is PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics. I did it. I'm going up. I'm blowing up. Rappers folding up. That mean they fold. I'm taking off. I'm shaking off. Yeah, it's time to show them how to be the coldest. I'm the same old kid that you always knew. I'm stacking up wins and I'm counting them. These rappers are fakes. I can't none of them, and I'm only getting started. That's the problem, huh? That's the problem, huh? I'm on the up and up. Now I'm coming up. I'm going dumb and done up. And they just running up. It's not a one and done. It's just one of them. And I'm only getting started. That's the problem, huh? That's the problem, huh? Woo. Yeah. Woo. Yeah. Woo. Yeah. Woo. Yeah. Woo.
All right, it's the Pack Mother Freaking Trade Group, baby.
silence screams through cracks in the broken dreams. This world ain't made for me. Shadows try to drag me down, but I'm the fire in this ghost town. I won't play their symphony. They say no, no, no. I say go, go, go. I'm against the current, running wild. Feel the beat erupt, my heart's untied. No chains, no cage, no rules to obey. I'm against the current, blaze my They build walls with their empty pride, but I'm the flood. I'll drown their lies. I'll break what they call fate. Their waves crash. I ride the storm. The rebels' anthem is reborn. This spark will detonate.
Be who you wanna be, believe what you wanna believe. There's no better than that. Try to follow your own path. It can be difficult to see. Everyone looks happy but me. I know it's not as it seems, but it's hard when your life's not a meme. For yourself, do what you want. Mind on your own. Don't lose your head, I'm sure you got it under control. You're gonna be fine as long as you mind on your own. I'm not the one to say I only wish you the best. Just keep doing what you're doing. I don't mean to be a pest. It's good to try new things, no harm in giving it a go. It might be difficult at first, you might not get it, but who knows? Don't think too much, I think you'll do alright. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you can make it out alive. For yourself, do what you want, mind on your own. Don't lose your head, I'm sure you got it under control. You're gonna be fine as long as you mind on your own. I'm not the one to say, I only wish you the best. Just keep doing what you're doing, I don't mean to be a pest. All the people all around me keep telling me how they're feeling, what they're thinking, what they see. Saying all these other people, they do the same. Maybe you should change your ways, you could get a taste. I'm just thinking, don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's underrated what they say, and don't they know it's. I do what I wanna do because I can. Not gonna change who I am to fit in. I don't care what other people have to say. They don't know what's in my brain or in my veins. I'm just thinking, don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, They say the world's a scary place. They say that I should stay in line. But who are they? What do they know? I don't believe a word they say. I don't know. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't ever done it yourself. Don't tell me that I'm losing. You don't know what it's like in hell. I told you not to do it, but you went and did it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't ever done it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't ever done it yourself. Don't tell me that I'm losing. You don't know what it's like in hell. I told you not to do it, but you went and did it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't never done it yourself. If you ain't never done it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't never done it yourself. Don't tell me that I'm losing. You don't know what it's like in hell. I told you not to do it, but you went and did it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't never done it yourself.
Did you find value in the Bootcamp Focus team? You can find them on X here. Watch them train daily by joining the Bootcamp link in the description.
Hello, can you hear me? I can't hear you, Justun.
I'm sitting here talking and I'm muted. Trying to get everything set up. Hi, Wes. How are you?
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I need to come
That
on
was
here
me
usually.
panicking, thinking it was me, but I couldn't hear you.
No, it was me. I wasn't mute. I was muted. And I'm short, so that kind of fits with our soundboard.
Nice.
All right, just taking a look at the chat. Doesn't look like we had too much since Austin, and then we're live earlier. But anyways, so I'm in a short. This is a lunch breaks front run. I'm gonna have to probably come on to these maybe 5 or 10 minutes early because a front run I do take quite religiously-ish when I have an account to trade. I'm trying to get multiple accounts going now, so I did open up this one today. Took a 930 trade with it, and so just looking to get the final 300 because the 50Ks are max out at 1500 a day for consistency rule. If I was watching, I might have taken one of these off with those 2 strike downs in the last 5. Oh no, I just got into it, so we'll leave it. How's Wes doing? Welcome. Thanks for coming
Not
to
too
hang.
bad. I'm okay. I've kind of made a decision to just focus on the 930 at the minute until I've gone through all the new MFE stuff, because I was messing about with it over the weekend. It's a really good. It's just really good, basically. Don't know what else to say. It's an eye opener, I think, for anyone that's had a chance to mess about with it. And obviously, awesome. you know me, so over the last couple of years, my kind of like mindset with I don't know, not being afraid to take trades is the wrong word, but just gagging to get out constantly, and it's kind of showing me you just need to stick to even to bigger contract sizes and just play the variance and play the maths, and it's just been a massive.
Well, we've had lots of chats about that, and I was going to ask you to talk about your journey a little bit. We actually have somewhat similar journeys ish. We've both been here for quite a long time and struggled to be profitable traders. We've gone through runs where we did really well, and then only to kind of blow things up or whatever. So I don't know if you wanted to go into that at all as a little intro to who you are in the pack.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I think I've been in the pack maybe about a couple of years now, I think, actually. And
yeah, I was gonna say at least 2, maybe not as long as me, but still a while.
Definitely not as long as you. You were already there. And so I kind of started with the midnight open stuff, and yeah, kind of hit and miss for me. That was with that kind of side of it, and I think some of it was just there, a little bit of impatience maybe, trying to get that to work, and obviously the DCA side of it, etc. But I think doing the boot camp was a massive kind of eye opener for the start of it, and I think I came from the fact that I used to think that I used to backtest okay, and then I kind of did the boot camp. You're like, nah, you don't do anywhere near what you should be doing for backtesting and being comfortable. And I kind of always found that when I entered the trade, I was uncomfortable in the trade, and that kind of basically told me that, well, if I'm uncomfortable in the trade, I'm doing something wrong. I'm obviously not happy with something, or something isn't right for me. I obviously don't know my I guess my targets or my stop losses as I should know them, because every time I was getting in a trade, I was kind of almost scared, basically. And this was even with prop accounts. So that was kind of like a big thing I had to kind of get over. And I
think that's not to interrupt you, Wes, but I think that's something to pause on for a second, because I think that's a common problem, including for myself for a while. And I think that's something that everybody needs to realize is if you are clicking the button and having any type of fear, anxiety, whatever, A, that's not healthy for you. B, that's showing you that your plan is not, that you're not executing to your plan, or that you don't have a plan that's strong enough to combat your emotions and your feelings. So either of those two things needs to be looked at a little further, I think. Sorry, I just wanted to kind of pause on that for a second, but continue.
Yeah, so kind of doing the boot camp kind of opened my eyes a bit more to that, and that I was seeing to put a lot more work into it, and I was doing a lot of work, but I think probably like most people, right, because you've got a full-time job, you've got kids, you're trying to trade. A lot of people trying to trade on the side. It's the same here, it's no different. That I don't know, there was kind of like a balance to be had, and I just kind of realized, I think, that I needed to do more than what I was doing. So the boot camp kind of, like I said, kind of opened my eyes to that. My background before that was only kind of crypto and watching a load of ICT videos, basically. So I didn't have any proper prop experience or anything like that. So I did the boot camp. It helped me so much, so far as in just structuring stuff and just to know where we are within the kind of like the high day. I mean, that high day, lower day stuff, I had no clue about any of that. So, everything I kind of do now is all based, especially with the 930, is all based around that. So yeah, it helped those. But what it didn't help me with, and again, this is kind of like the psychology side of it, was not being a dick. And basically, I found myself I could do well for like even like weeks at a time, taking small trades. But what I was kind of doing in those small trades is, even though I knew, for example, I should leave my TP for 0.1 or whatever it was, I wasn't doing that, because as soon as it started to go against me a little bit, I'd want to lock in whatever profit I had. By doing that, what it also then did is that when I did take the losses were hugely more than what the wins.
Monumental.
And then then it would spiral. So instead of passing accounts just following my plan, which I probably would have done multiple times, I would cut a trade short multiple times. And then the one time or the two times that I'd take the losses, I'd be close to blowing the account, because I couldn't handle it. It just felt like a blow. Like you come in on a Monday and you take a loss on the Monday. Well, that's wiped out all the previous week already. And so then that would lead me to tilt so much more with the accounts. So it's kind of like stuff I had to work on, and I spoke to Austin, spoke to Mickey as well, and what Austin kind of got me to do, and interrupt me if I'm going off on a tangent here, it was kind of that 1-2 contract idea, which is basically you go in with 2 contracts, you take one off at the 0.1, and then you try and leave the other one to run. And And that was kind of one of the first times I kind of felt comfort with going into a trade. Like I wasn't nervous anymore going into a trade, and I could kind of leave that 0.1 and then leave the other one to run, even to say like 0.2, for example, or to a specific P12 mid, high, low. And just doing that, I helped me pass a 50k account, which I'd never done. I'd done it once before that, but I think that's probably a bit more luck than anything else. But
we've had our share of
just
that,
helped me
I think,
not
a lot of us.
Yeah, it kind of helped me just not be an idiot. And the losses weren't mentally draining because it would only be, say, a couple of hundred at a time, maybe 300 max for a day. I think the biggest one was $400 for the day, but that's more than manageable because that was then ended up being just 1 or 2 days worth of wins. And I know you shouldn't see it as a loss and a win, but I think mentally it does affect you. If you've got a $2,000 account and let's say before you'd take a £600 to £700 loss in a day, well then you're playing catch up for the next like week and a half, the way I was doing it. And so then you chase, and then it'll just compound things and make things worse. So anyway, I guess I go around in circles here, but yeah, it was that kind of stuff, and that really helped. And now I'm finding I have a lot of trust now in the 930, and I still have my moments where I don't leave my trade like I should, because I'm only in with 2 contracts still, because I try and run it off 25k account. But it's a lot better than it was, and I've noticed I've passed a few more accounts doing that than what I have done ever before. So that's kind of it. And like you said, I've traded London and I have done some of the gunship stuff, but I probably haven't looked at it as much as I should. And like I said, going over the MAE and MFE stuff has kind of opened my eyes some more, I think, about.
Well, I think one thing we've found, including you and I, is sometimes all it is one move, right? Like right now, my cash flow is coming from the 1800 big time, and then any extra counts I'm playing with, like this one, is coming again from the 930 or the magic hour. But in the most part, you can choose just one of those and cash flow pretty well over time if you are staying within your plan. And like you said, I mean, you can have small wins, but you have to balance that out with small losses or somewhere else in there. And what we're doing, and again, I think what a lot of people do, is because of your fear, you were just ticking away at these small wins, which was great over time until you hit your day of loss. And so you balance that out a little bit by lowering your losses, which usually it's somewhere in there that you have to kind of fix things to help yourself keep growing and not just keep blowing over time. And mine was a little different. I think I was a little bit more heavier with my trades, and so I'd go 2 or 3 days of really good profits, but then my one loss would blow the account, because I'd make, I mean, hell, even with the account that I have right now that I'm posting the pack lockout, I just built a really nice buffer in there, which has made me far more comfortable than I've been in a while. But all I have to do now is make $150 a day, and I'm sticking to that and not trying to get 1,500 every day, which is part of my Achilles heel, I think. So, and so lots of fun. And today I'm sitting in this one, and it went against me pretty hardcore after Tick denying me, but it looks like it
pretty cool.
And I'm just chilling, chatting with you, which is good.
That's nice. And you know, I'm not there yet at all. Like I haven't had a payout, for example, and this is what I've got my live account, a couple of live accounts now that I'm working on. I'm just trying to stick to the plan as much as I can, and just go.
Are you finding you're able to leave runners now, or are you still struggling with that part?
So it kind of depends. It depends. I found using a live account has brought back a couple of bad habits again.
I can see that.
Evals not so much anymore, but the live accounts I've got, I've definitely, like today, for example, I went back to an old habit of closing the trade. When we went short, I basically only took 0.1 from it, rather than just the one off and then leaving the other, because it got into my head a little bit. So like I said, still stuff to work on. It's just the journey.
You
right?
got too fun, can see. I mean, I think that's something we all.
And as you know, I still say that. I was saying, I think as you know, when I turn up in your DMs and stuff, I think Dale probably the same. That I do have the day still where it's mentally it's hard work. Let's just say that. And I think some of that comes from just losing these accounts, and it's like you're desperate not to. But again, kind of seeing the MAE, MFE stuff, it's like you've almost got to play the maths and just got to suck it up, basically.
Well, it gives you so much confidence. Like my other trade there in a second, but or this one. There's some new data even that on the gunship for the pack group, and it's pretty epic, some of the data in there and how it can give you a little bit more confidence in your trade. Like even for here, there's now percentages put on there for the session, and for Monday specifically, I can see that this one is a little bit of a rougher trade, whether it's going to hit the breakout, which it hasn't broken out yet. And that's the thing with lunch break, is it doesn't break out very often. It's just a front run, but which actually would be neat. I have to see if we can make a table for that. Sometimes I play around with some things myself, but just trying to see. But anyways, lots of really great data that we're getting out of this stuff, which can help us add confidence and add confluence to what we're doing. And like I said, although this trade might be a little riskier one today because we're ranging, but we have room to the downside, which is good to make another low a day. So I'm pretty okay with this one, and it looks like it's trying to make another little swipe down for my front run cash flow. But I'm not sweating it. If I lose it, I lose it. I mean, I've again, 930 was pretty good to me this morning. And I think I took actually even a couple of tries with this one and ended up getting some pretty good cash flow. And most of this was actually only with 3 contracts. So, I mean, I had a couple, I took a long, then a short, or a short, then a long, then a short again from inside the 930. I was being a little bit risky with it. But I still protected my queen quickly, made sure I was not holding on to anything going the wrong way, and then waited for my firm breakout, which is what I held to get that cash flow. So, and here we go. Look at that. So we've just taken our cash flow there on that one. I am holding this. This is basically not going to go all the way to here. Oh, I didn't set it up. I did set this up. Oh, I did set it up. Why is it not showing on here? Oh, because I have to do nothing. Liquidate and break. There we go. So what this will do is it'll stop me trading at 1500, because the max you can make with you have to pass these in 2 days, and the max you can make is 1500 each day. So I've got that loaded in there. I will kind of break even this one because it won't even go to here. It's going to go like I'm actually almost there. Another 150 away. Yeah. Anyways, I don't even need this here. It's either going to hit it's either going to close with my account hitting max profit for the day or not. So this is a neat opportunity, guys. So if you have any questions, please come on in. So Wes is, like I said, he's a seasoned pack trader. He came in before the boot camp was even created. Like myself, found a boatload of value over the boot camp and has been through a couple of iterations of it. Have you done the new automated one at all, or are you still?
I think I'm on the first or second week because I wanted to go through it again, just as because again, that's kind of like the other thing, right? No matter how many times, because I've been through one properly, but the rest I've kind of always watched the re-engineerings or the
Gotcha.
when Mick used to do the early shows as well. We used to try and sit as
kind of same. And I started going through this one, and I definitely want to complete it, just because again, each way we've done it, there's been different aha moments. There's been different ways. Like everybody learns differently, so there's been different ways you can kind of digest the content in a better way. Plus, we keep evolving the content too, right? And even the way we're teaching it has evolved over the last little while. So again, I want to go through it freshly again, like you are, which is awesome. So
yeah, exactly the same. And I think every time, like no matter how many times I've watched engineering, right? So I know, and this is what's funny, because when you come to a chart to put trades, sometimes your mind kind of goes a bit more blank, whereas when you're listening to stuff for re-engineering, you're like, yeah, I know that, I can do that, I can kind of see that. But I did notice that every time there's always something you might have missed that maybe Mickey explains slightly differently somehow, and then it will trigger me like, yeah, that's a good point, or I missed that last time. So you know, I'd recommend that anyone who has been through it, just go through it. If you've got time, just have it on in the background, or just have, you know, when you're doing the dishes or something, have stuff on that you can listen to, like, for that. And it, I think it really helps kind of for something to stick in there.
Nice. Yeah, I'm just putting this down here because that's about where it's going to shut off my trade anyways, just to see if it's getting close there or not. Because if it gets like ridiculously close and rejects off, I might close the trade. But just sort of letting it play out. That's 554, so that's around. Actually, it's right around the front run confirmed, so I'm pretty comfortable with that. Not that to say it's going to hit that, but what I may do is if it comes close, I may just break even, but we'll see what happens first. Just letting the trade play out. Whoops, that's not that. I keep pulling up my Claude does some fun things for me. So anybody have any questions? Like I said, this is kind of a cool little opportunity because like I said, you have a seasoned pack member who's not me talking up here for once.
I'm not going to give you any good advice. Don't listen to me. Listen to Justun. That's it.
Okay. Well, there's also our journey, right? And our journey holds value. We've seen that before. Yeah. I've been a very open person to my journey and how I've gone through things, and the struggles that I've gone through, to be quite literal. So having another person with a different but somewhat similar journey is always good to have up here and can add value. You never know who you're going to unlock.
So what do you think? What was it that changed for you? What do you think it was?
I don't know yet. It's not long enough, right? So this is my problem in general with my journey is I've gone through these spurts where I've had pretty darn good cash flow, including the beginning of this year. I had my biggest cash flow. I had 3 payouts on one account, multiple payouts on a couple of accounts, and had my biggest cash flow ever in trading in January, February. But then I blew up, and it took me until literally last week to get my first payout back again, or my next payout. So I had a pretty darn big gap of nothingness. So I don't want to say I've unlocked anything yet, but I definitely do feel a different confidence right now, a different level of belief in myself, belief in the systems. And I think where the unlock might be is it's just time, which is unfortunate that it sometimes has to take that long. There's a little bit of foot to my throat, for lack of a better term. I feel like, because I'm kind of getting to the point financially where I'm getting kind of tired with just treading water kind of thing and that kind of stuff. So maybe that's helped a little bit. Definitely gotten the wife more involved, which I think has helped a little bit in just kind of really understanding where the journey I'm going through, the stress that I'm going through, because I don't think I've been very open with her about that. So I think that stuff's helped a little bit, or a lot. To kind of just keep me grounded and keep me sticking to my systems by locking my account after my $150 or more, which today I think I ended up doing 500 on the account, my main account that I've got my cash flow built up in, and stuff like that. So I've started adding new accounts so that I can have a little bit more diversification. So this is 1 of 4, I think. I did mess up one today and took a loss of 1,000 and shut it down, which is bigger than I usually would take. So I'm still going through it, but the nice thing is I'm going through it with multiple accounts, which makes it a little easier to digest and swallow. That account is not in bad shape. It's an eval that I think still has $1,000 worth of drawdown left. So I'm going to try and nurse it back by only doing what I do with my main funded. And then my other 2 ones, I got a $1,500 day to day, and this one I'm potentially getting to a $1,500 day. So hopefully with all those things combined, it's good. The other thing I think that's helped is developing the gunship algorithm. I've gone through my own little snippet where I ended up trying to speed up the process and trading those accounts myself and blowing myself up. So I don't touch those at all anymore. As much as I still haven't found my perfect legs when it comes to managing my gunship portfolio yet. I know we're going to work together with Austin and find solutions to that over time, hopefully make some pretty darn big jumps soon. So that is even going to help because it kind of takes my need to trade off the table a little bit more if I can have some algorithm stuff kind of working in the background doing its own thing. So
yeah, good. I think something that you said there actually it hits home is the like your support around you. And I'm lucky, really lucky in that my partner, like she's kind of known from day one the stuff that I've been doing. So I don't have to hide in it, or don't feel like I have to hide anything. I think that's so important, like for people, like to be. I don't know. I almost feel like it's worse if you're trying to hide stuff day to day. That's so much worse, so much more stress that you just don't need to carry. And yeah, if you can find someone who's supportive and stuff, or even like friends around you and stuff. Like I said, I think I would have struggled a hell of a lot more. So, even though I tell my partner stuff, it doesn't mean she understands the trading side of it, because she doesn't. But 100%. What I found is I think it being in the pack has helped hugely, right? Because anything about trading wise, I speak to pack people. So there's yourself, Dale, like even Austin sometimes, and Mickey occasionally. But I think it's so important to have people around you that are going through the similar stuff, and that if you have one of those days that you can go to and just say that, fuck, I've done this, or I'm struggling here. Yeah, and even if it doesn't, I think it just helps just to get it off your chest and not suffer in silence. And I think Mickey says it as well. It's the stuff you do off camera, or it's the stuff you do when you're on your own that causes the biggest issue. So if you can find a little group of people or a couple of people that you can trust or speak to, I think that's a huge thing.
Yep. No, 100%. And you and I know very well because we've been each other's shoulder for a while, oftentimes in our DMs. And I think that's important to have. And that might be something too, that to remind the people that from the boot camp is finding friends inside the boot camp, going into the live sessions and using those open groups for yourself, even if just to find somebody who's up at the same time as you, who you can then become maybe just constant point of contact partners. I think we used to call them Ranger buddies. I think can be very important for you guys. So those channels are there for you guys to use. Those live channels, go in there when you're just hanging out by yourself, doing some back testing, share your screen. And if somebody hops on, that's an instant connection for you, right? So take advantage of those things and make sure you're using those tools to your advantage. I think is huge. And those friends to bounce off of, I think is huge. Brooke, sorry, I'm just letting this play out and I'll go to your question in a second, Brooke, but it's basically just the default because I think this is gonna, if it goes down another little tick or two, it should close out the trade pretty soon. It should auto close out because I think I've got this low enough that it should auto close out unless we have some tweet or something that brings us down to the depth of Earth. Although if we keep rejecting off of this for another 5-minute candle, I may close my stop loss up a little bit just to kind of go either direction and close out the trade and be done for the day because I made some pretty good profit. But it's always nice when on day one I can get the 1500 though, because then if I happen to do it the second day in a row, then I'm past the account and can start trading it live. But the one thing I've stopped doing is rushing, or tried to stop doing is rushing that. I still rush every so often, but there is no need.
Is that with evals or the live?
This is an eval.
Okay, the rushing side of it.
Yeah.
The evals, yeah.
There we go. So I don't know if I don't think that hit, so it kind of closed on its own. So there we go. Close trade, maxed out. I mean, not that I have to hit this now because I'm not going to click any more buttons, but just so I protect myself. Nice. There we go. So done for the day. Was done mostly for the day earlier, but I opened this account to have some fun and hopefully have an account to trade with you guys. So I was happy to be able to do that. We hit a little bit of drawdown right off the gate. The other one that I almost took, but I saved my account for you guys so that I could take a live trade with everybody. But the 11 o'clock break I almost took. It actually did really well as well. It had a little bit of a pullback and went fairly deep into drawdown, but didn't hit the invalidation point, and away she went. And the reason why mine probably looked pretty clean, Brooke, is because we actually didn't get a breakout, so it didn't throw this other stuff in here. But in the most part, it's literally just the default. So there's really nothing for me to post in the Discord for you. This setup that I'm using right now, I haven't touched a thing. So if you've played with things, you can probably just go in here and go into settings and just go default or reset settings, whatever. And that's all I'm playing with right now. I do want to take a peek because it seems like he's removed the ability to take off these two menus. The other big menus he got rid of, which I think was a good thing. Notes title playbook. Let's play around. I haven't played around with the new updates that too much. He actually, no, it's not Gunship Lite. It's the Gunship, the Pack Trading Group Gunship. So he's updated it and put in some of the stuff he put into the Lite. He's added it to this one, which is great. This is what we needed, and it's like I said, it's very simple to read, and it's super easy to follow, I think, in my opinion. And it gives you some really good stats to work with when you're choosing to enter the trade to help you manage the size of your trade, whether you want to go a little heavier or go a little lighter. I think there's some great tools in here to play around with that. So I'll show this off every day during our focus sessions, or every Monday during our focus sessions. So this final copy is the one you get if you join the pack. There is a light version of it that you get to play with whenever you're going through boot camp when you get the week 8. And for all pack members, that light version's been unlocked anyways, but I think this is kind of the best of both worlds. I do want to see the ability maybe to remove the boxes just to clean it up a little bit, because really these breakout cash flows, front run cash flows, median MFE, maximum MFE, I don't need the boxes anymore. because I played with these enough. So I'm going to see if I can remove those or if Austin can add that in. But yeah. So really, I mean, I can't complain. Yeah, like I said, I had one account that went and hit 1K drawdown. I should have only let it hit 500. But other than that, pretty stellar day, and I can't complain. So I'm looking forward to the day that I can have 5 funded accounts. I mean, I don't really need to go further than that, but I probably will try to once I get to that point and use copy traders maybe to play around with them. But this has been a journey that I have not gotten to that far with, and looking forward to hopefully doing that soon. And looks like we might even still hit the MFE as well. So we'll have a breakout if it hits this point right here, and then we'll see how much further down we could potentially go. But we've retraced this fairly decent sized move. So I wouldn't be wanting to hold on for too much more. No matter what, I'd cash flow at another tap at the low a day, which is 228 points, so pretty significant move. And I'd suggest being kind of done at that point, even if we hit that. But for me, I'm happy to be done with the trade, and that was with three micros, taking one off at front run cash flow right here. So pretty sweet. Oh, this is on the 11 o'clock break still. Sorry, my guys. Which is just closed down. Let's go back to the lunch break. Lunch break's always nice and clean because it usually doesn't hit the breakout till later. But yeah, so there we go. A couple of lines there of data, and there's our average. So lots of room, but I'd be careful today and with anything more because we've moved so much, and we've basically created, I think, a range. What am I doing? That's not what I wanted. Wrong button. Yeah, we're basically potentially going to range, but so yeah. Anything else from you, Wes? Obviously, we're not seeing too many questions. It'd be nice, like I said, guys, if you guys are listening, please jump in and ask anything of either of us. So, sorry, Wes, you were starting.
No, I was just saying no, nothing extra from me.
Just covered NQ, done for the day. Nice, Rummel.
I noticed our falses aren't as high as they usually are. Oh, sorry, our trues for today aren't as high as they are.
Oh, that's true. I pulled up that, so let's do that. And I think that makes sense because of the fact of us ranging so much. It could be a little bit more of a false
around
day.
55%, I think, if I checked before.
Oh, I have it right. Grab the daily profiler.
Okay, short. Yeah, true is 56% for a short. I do have my Asia as long false there as opposed to short false.
Oh, I haven't even. You know what? I didn't even look at that because I was kind of done for the day. 9:30. I guess I could have looked at it for a bit, but. Ooh, I can reactivate a funded account for $5 million. Yeah, that's crazy. $620 to reactivate an account. That's BS.
Yeah.
I was just looking for fun, but because I saw it there. But I'm waiting for a payout. So my next payout is if I achieve $150 tomorrow, I will be at my 5 days and we'll have my next payout, which is pretty sweet.
Very nice.
Just
take it dinner.
There's a reason why I came in here and now I can't. Oh yeah, I'm going to the daily profiler. Why am I over here? I think it was going to the. Oh, wow, we still had a good little stab down. The profiler. So let's go have a little peek at that. And then, yeah, if nothing else, we'll be around for another 15, 20 minutes or 15 minutes, half an hour maybe. Other than that, there's not too much she wrote. Quick and easy trade today with a little bit of drawdown. I went with 3 contracts only because I didn't want to go too crazy today because we've already kind of done a lot. Short false. So sorry, I just want to take a look here. Oh yeah, the short false because it was a full. It did close 2 1-minute candles, but that was it. Yeah, that's pretty. Whereas this was far more definitive and put in a high. Yeah. She did long false. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Long false. Long true broken. So again, for anybody that hasn't seen, can you explain where exactly you would have entered the front run breakout? Yeah, let me get into that in just a second, OHLC. I don't necessarily do multiple breakouts usually with this. I'm kind of one and done with the moves. There are times and some moves that I think work well with multiple entries. I know with your homework, so to speak, the exercises, it does do multiple entries. And I think for certain moves, that's really great. All right, so we've confirmed short for New York 2 now. So let me just have a little peek at this first, and then I will go through that question in a second. So it looks like low a day, end of day is pretty likely where we've got very few high a days left, which makes sense because we're so far away from it right now. So New York 2 is possibly just going to trail off into oblivion. But if we were to take a look at it for our time, we'd be looking at a reversal potentially around 12:20 or sorry, 1:30-ish. And then again, potentially around 2, that 2 o'clock retracement back to 2 o'clock, basically. So 2 little spots this time. We don't always have that either, which I think is why falses are looking a little bit more likely for this one. If I'm not mistaken, let's go back to all, because that's what you were talking about, eh? Yeah, it's a little more, well, still fairly good for the trues, but yeah, so.
Usually I expect to see like 60% and higher. So
it's true. Yeah, it still is more for sure. Yeah. Oh, look at that. All right, we got a new low a day. Damn. Oh, we're actually going to hit breakout cash flow as well pretty quickly, potentially. And there's some more data now to work with. So if we were to bleed off into oblivion, then we could hit as far as here. Median and max MFEs are pretty close. That's crazy. All right, OHLC, can you explain where exactly you would have entered for a front run? So the front run's pretty easy. There's actually a front run box that gets created. It closes at 12 o'clock exactly. And so you can enter there. Sometimes you can leave yourself a little bit of a pullback if you want. And then there's kind of your invalidation box, which you can choose what you want to do with that, whether you want to have room to go the whole way or not. With me, I usually trust the front run fairly well of the lunch break. Other trades, I'm a little bit more skeptical, and I'll wait for a little bit of a pullback. But this one, I usually enter at 12 o'clock because we can oftentimes have a really big push right away. And then I'll happily sometimes take a second pull at it if it comes back after a pullback, and then I'll take the second one, which would have been very clean, of course, as you can see. Multi-attempts is only on built around the breakout. And again, the lunch break, I don't think is one that's on the basic or the Bootcamp indicator, if I'm not mistaken. And the reason why it's not is, as you can see, the range for the lunch break one is very large. It goes from 8:30 till 12 o'clock or 12. Yeah, it goes till 12 o'clock, the range. So because of that large range and because it's such a big one, oftentimes we don't see breakouts until later. So it was not one that needed to really go on to the system. It looks like we reached the breakout cash flow. That's crazy. Good stuff. And the breakout, this one's also very different too, because when it breaks out, it breaks out as the wick enters the range. Whereas usually we wait for a candle to close for every other move with the gunship. So keep in mind it's very different. And then another great question, but I will kind of answer that a little bit, not cryptically, but I'll answer it a little bit honestly, in my opinion. The best one to backtest is the one that's around a time that's good for you to trade in. So if market open is a great time for you to trade, if because of your placement in the world and time and all that stuff, that's not the best one, then I'd seek another one, whether it's 1800, the 3 o'clock transfer for the London people. Really try and build it around. Okay, there is a lunch break one. Okay, interesting. I thought we didn't have that one on there, but I could be wrong, so obviously am. So Nina, yeah, so I would pick the one that kind of speaks the most to you. If you've previously been a trader and there's been a certain time frame that you trade, I'd probably keep it around there because you've already seen that, right? So now if you add this extra data of the gunship to your play, I think that can be very powerful around something you already know and have some confidence in. So I think that can be a very big defining factor of which one you choose. And so, yeah, so with those two things in mind, hopefully that answers your question as best as possible. And now that we've hit a low a day, we're pulling back. And sorry, OHLC, I just said, so there is a 12 o'clock one. Okay, I should have checked which ones they were. I apologize, but yeah, perfect. I thought we took that one off because of the range, but maybe it was a good one. I don't. Yeah. Anyways, I'll have to double check that one. I haven't pulled it up yet, to be honest. Anything else you want to add to that, Wes? Sometimes I talk because I'm usually up here by myself.
No, it's all good. I just listen. All good from me. It's nothing extra to add.
Yeah, and if I was still in a trade or anything, I would have definitely, after that breakout, especially after we hit that cash flow, I would have been pretty. If I'm leaving a runner, it's going to be a pretty small runner, like down to one contract max kind of thing. If I had anything on there, because we've now kind of done some of what we normally do. Everything else is just gravy. So I want to make sure I'm protected. But always nice to have a nice clean 12 o'clock lunch break. Hurted me. I have been totally under the weather. Came back from a little mini weekend away last weekend and I've been sick almost since then, kind of, but we're still fighting something, whatever it is.
Go anywhere nice?
Sorry?
Did you go anywhere nice?
No. Well, it was nice, but not nice. So it was we just went down. We actually went to Toronto twice over the last 2 weekends for 2 different friends lists of people. My sister's down there and stuff, and my wife's family, some of their families down there. So went down there twice, 2 different events, and had a great time, but probably overindulged on everything.
Standard.
So came back the second weekend and my body probably went, yeah, you're done for a week. I don't get sick often, but when I do, it's a good one.
Yeah, I think as you get older as well, it's kind of suffer with it more.
I don't know. I've been getting sick less and less. Like this is my first cold or whatever this is in, I think, a year and a half. I had a few different things, but not usually anything crazy. Pretty I'm not as healthy as I'd like to be yet, but I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Any other questions, guys? Anything else you want to go over? But other than that, a pretty banger day. I think the guys in the morning had some success. I think Austin missed something because there was a big news scandal or something crazy that happened this morning to him. But I think all in all, everybody's done all right today. And which is unusual for a lot of people, right? Like this kind of day when we're ranging and have such volatility because we're still moving. Overspent in Asia. Wow, this is doing that again. Oh, maybe keep saying. I think this is getting updated soon, and we got to figure that out. But I think I have to get the updated one. But yeah, because it's still doing all this. But 10-day range is that. Oh, we haven't overspent for the 10-day range, but our volatility is still up. Is basically what I'm getting at. So these can be pretty scary moves if you're in them, especially when you're getting rejected sometimes as you're entering the trade or whatever. But 930 was a really nice short though. But then
yes, it was.
PackTV. But as you can see, we're making some pretty decisive action back. So it'll be interesting to see what we do today. If I had to put a gun to my head and make a decision, I think we're going to head back to 930 one more time. But that said, because we hit a new low, it could be just a pullback again and then back to new lows, pull back to new lows. So I wouldn't, like I said, I'm glad to be out. I don't really want to do too much more trading now, especially now that the lunch break was so clean. So. We'll stick around for a few minutes just to see if this is a pullback or if it's a retracement back to 930. We probably won't follow it any further than the next 10, 15 minutes, and then leave you guys to it. What time is it out your way?
5:45 in the evening.
Oh, so okay, so dinner time. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Always find it a bit more difficult to trade, like come kind of 5, 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, but all good. Other house done the gymnastics drop off today, so
Oh, there you go.
don't have to worry about that.
My little one has done gymnastics. They take a break during the summer, so.
No, they are. Ours are like all year round, apart from Christmas.
We can do it all year round, but it does get a little lighter in there, so we decide to pull them out. We might do a couple of one-on-ones. So
yeah, nice.
No one sees my comments anyway. I'm gonna go check that for you. Yep. Nope. No comments from you. You got shadow banned or something. I can still show them off. So if you want to say something, I can put it on the screen, Shag. OHLC, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for a couple of questions. Appreciate that. Appreciate people that keep the conversation going. Shag, if you put something up now, I'll put it up on the screen. Just make sure it's cleanish. That way it will be still on there. They can't shadow ban you for things that I put on the screen. I see it on here, Shag. Like I can do this and put it on the screen, but I told you I only see it on Restream. It's not actually on YouTube. It's weird.
What did you do, Shag?
Like go to you, Wes, do it for me now if you don't mind, so it's not just me seeing it. Go to the live stream, the actual stream. You can just mute it or whatever, and see if you see a comment.
Yeah, 1 sec. All right.
There we go. Austin, if you're watching, Shag says you need a wheelbarrow to do a shoulder press.
Yeah, I can't see any of his comments.
Yeah. Like YouTube's banned him because it's not on our end. What did Shag do a while ago?
Who did he annoy?
Piss somebody off. And here, this is obviously a pivot point, as you can see. So we've come back and tapped the P12 low, which are always strong pivot points. We have two pretty decent wicks in there. So we'll see if this holds or whether we continue up. And Mickey's laughing his ass off, as I am also doing internally. Yeah, I don't know where he went live and got himself banned, but that's funny. Funny, not funny. Well, Shag, they can't ban you if you come live with me, so next week's Connor, I think, is going to come up with me. Maybe the week afterwards you can come hang with me. Show everybody what you're all about before you go 1800 live YouTube when you have a few more reps in on the Discord live. So anybody who is joining us, I'm reaching out to them. Perfect. Anybody else who is joining us that hasn't taken the boot camp, hasn't done any of this stuff, doesn't know what we're all about, there's a QR code up at the top or a link in the bio, or join our Discord, and the links are all there. Boot camp's $100 for 3 months. Gets you some pretty hardcore learning. And any
bargain, to be honest.
Sorry?
It's a bargain, to be honest. not to upsell, but that is that's nothing.
Oh, I agree. Yeah. It's such a low barrier to entry, but that's the way we want it, right? It helps the get in here. Unfortunately, I think it hinders our ability to sell it off to people, because some people want to spend lots of money to get trained and think that they need to spend $2,000 to learn what we teach here. Which
I mean, if people want that, I can give them that and show them where to lose money at, for sure. Because we've all done it at other places, and we're like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh, exactly. It's crazy. So links there. If you guys have any questions, want to reach out to anybody, please do. But we're happy to have chats about it. But it's just such a different way of going about this compared to anything out there. And so we'd like to get it out to as many people as we can, because it's a great value. So look at this. We are coming down. So we're going to hit another low a day and keep tapping that for the rest of the afternoon. That would be what the daily profiler tells us. Tap, 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 tap. And if we go true, I think it'll be a little bit more of a predominant Yeah, predominant one, but
yeah, it's a bit shit until half one, right? 1:30.
yeah. Our only real reversal, our big reversal, could come at 2:45, where it actually breaks out of the range that we're in and goes up if we do that. But we'll see. We'll see. Good day all in all. Well, that's about all she wrote then, guys. I'm not gonna keep tagging you guys along, so I'm assuming Austin will. I actually think his screen's still there. So yeah, so I'll show up Austin's gunship screen before I leave. Like I said, if anybody has anything, please reach out to us. Focus sessions we do on the Monday lives. I may start doing them more in the Discord, but for now I'm just doing these on the Mondays for now because I'm still working on a lot of things on the side. So it just gets pretty distracting if I'm doing the lives and doing all the stuff I'm doing with the Daily Profiler and the Pack Trading Group and stuff. So at some point I will like to get back to doing something more religious 5 days a week, but once we got more things in maintenance mode, I guess that's when I'll probably get on here a little bit more and do more live trading because I do enjoy it. It did take me a while to also get back up on my horse, right? Like I'd like to try and get some more reps in and feel more confident in what I'm doing and executing to be a better steward to everybody in here. So I was a little bit too all over the board for a while. So yeah, but getting very excited about what the future holds. Looking very forward to my second payout tomorrow, hopefully, and then on this one account, and then getting some other accounts on in the army. So, anyways, I'm babbling now. Wes, any closing remarks?
Nope, keep going. You're probably all closer than what you think you are. So, and if anyone ever needs any help, I said, reach out, go live in the Discord, and people will always jump in, like always, and help out. So it's a good family here. For sure.
Exactly. Awesome. Well, thanks so much, guys, for hanging with us, and we will see you later. And I guess I'll play this little 12-second outro that I played earlier, and then I'll flip out to the gunship for you guys. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Cheers. Have a good one.
Did you find value in the Bootcamp Focus team? You can find them on X here. Watch them train daily by joining the Bootcamp link in the description.
And they know that they not like us. We ain't gon' do it. The only thing that can stop me is me. If you're doing this for the women you losing, do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself. They not like us, and they know that. They not like us. We ain't gon' do. They not like us, and they know that. They not like us. We ain't gon' do it. They not like us, and they know that. They not like us. We ain't gon' do it. The only thing that can stop me is me. If you're doing this for the women you're losing, do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself. They not like us, and they know that. They not like us. We ain't gon' do. They not like us, and they know that. They not like us. We ain't gon' do it.
They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many mouths at the throne. China rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down, burn it down. crossfire, raised on a rerun lie. Told to choose a side in a cage fight they already fixed on high. But the match don't matter when you torch the ring. Kick the crown off the dealer, hear the chain dog say, hey! Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn the script they spin, 'cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, light the fuse, watch them drown, burn it all down. Oh, rise up now, rise up now. Oh, rise up now, rise up now.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. And this is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. And this is re-engineering time on PackTV.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, dude?
Not much, not much. So first and foremost, to the 21 people listening, you might be thinking that there's a shortcut when you join our boot camp, and there's a shortcut when you join the pack, and probabilities give you a shortcut. The only shortcut that you get in life is the ones that you take advantage of, right? And yes, the shortcut is cool. I don't have to collect probabilities, nor do them. But there's no shortcut to having the experience to pressing the button and managing your plan in the markets. So throughout the rest of the week, I want you to write your plan down, all the way down to the position size, where your stop's going to go, where your entry's going to go, and just do it. And don't break it. How's your day?
Absolutely beautiful, bro. And honestly, speaking of just that, we wrote this morning. This morning. Look at this. Repeatable systems. We drew right here. Our systems that you guys learn literally in the boot camp.
Absolutely.
Manage risk. And you know what I realized on the re-engineering intro just now? That
What's
dude
that?
on the bottom, I highly recommend everybody to go back like real quick, 10 to 15 seconds into the intro. That dude on the bottom looks just like Dr. Oz.
Could be. Could be.
Maybe he's in the boot camp. I don't know.
OHLCs, you had a question, and that question was, can you explain where exactly we would enter for the front run, breakout, pullback? Did somebody get to that? And what does a multi-attempt mean exactly? If you're in here, let me know if they got to that. Pocket, did you get to that?
Yeah, that was during lunch break or focus session.
Okay, cool. I guess we can start our re-engineering. All right, let's get it. So when you start our re-engineering, what do I suggest the back test? I'll let you answer that while I get set up. Because I don't.
That was also during focus session.
Okay. All right. So we start by re-engineering the probabilities of tomorrow in Asia. I know it's wacky, right? Pretty wacky, pretty dumb. I agree. But I'm going to do this for the Asia and London-based traders, mostly the Asia-based traders. Right? So we use candle science to put probabilities. And the reason I do it in the beginning, because I'll get to yabbering and I won't do it. And I can pawn off the re-engineering to the individual user, but what I don't like doing is pawning off the candle signs for overnight and Asia's off to the individual user, because I know you guys are still learning it. So we're going to use today's price, this red daily candle that we're currently on, and we're going to use Friday to put probabilities on tomorrow in relationship to this high and this low. And if we keep making a low, I'll just keep shifting this down, right? So we're going to come into candle science. My bad. I meant to ask you if you had any announcements. You got any announcements?
No, man.
Okay, cool. Me neither. So we're going to come into our candle science, which is our platform that's specifically designed for open, high, low, close candle patterns, right? We can go all the way 6. We can go to any time frame, right? But we use it on the daily. And this is where the probability flag concept came from. All right, so we know that Friday was a green candle. We're going to put green, and we know today was red. And unless we magically do it, which we most likely cannot do it, we took out yesterday's low or Friday's low, right? Now, I personally like when we close below the low, not for any particular reason. So when we close below the Friday's low, when we close the daily candle price, I like to select that. We can see that previous day high has a 35% probability. So today's high, starting at 1800 tonight, will only have a 35% probability of getting, daggone it, will only have a 21% probability of getting hit. A 21% probability. And today's low will have a 65% probability of getting hit. All right, so we're going to come over here and we're going to say, hey, this now has a 65% probability, and this right here has a 21% probability. All right, and so if, and we know that we're going to figure out how far off of the low, and like I said, I'll continue to drag this down because we still have about an hour and a half while the market still operates. Talk about front running a system. All right, so I'm going to say, hey, at 1800 to 1700 tomorrow, we took out the low, right? Because I want to get the MFE and the MAE data. I can see that out of 20 years, 5,000 something days, this has happened 354 times. Oh, nice. I was like, pickle trays. I know that guy. I think PTFX. This yellow line represents the previous day low, meaning today's low. And so we know that 30th percentile, 70% probability will be at 0.22. So we're going to draw this to 0.22. All right, and we are going to put a box there. Why do I always lose my boxes? It's always the paintbrush. I'm going to color it green. All right, and then we're going to draw that bottom of the green box to the 50th percentile, meaning that we can go as far down as 0.38. 50% of the time we reversed before getting that far, and 50% of the time we kept going. When volatility conditions where market is expanding and the ranges are getting bigger, that's when the 50 to 70th percentile come in. All right, so we're going to draw that out to 0.38. Right there. All right, and then we're going to get our 70th percentile, 30% probability, which is right here off a previous day low. 63 basis points, meaning 70% of the data reversed before hitting that, and 30% kept going. And when market volatility is expanding, we expect this to get hit. When it's contracting, we don't. Damn it, I didn't look at the number. 63. And we'll just clone this box and color it red. It's like art class. Right, so we can see that this humongous wick that Wednesday gave us and below NFP Friday, right, feeds into realistic reversal probability for overnight and tomorrow, right? So we're going to keep our eye on that. And then we're going to do one last thing with this. So we're going to say, hey, we start stepping above these daily quad levels and breach this opening price. What's the probability then of the high versus the low? Because that's definitely a thing. Asia to open up and start barreling to the top, right? And put a low of the day in Asia. We're going to say that we breached it, right? We can see that the high gets 68% and the low gets 45. So we know this gets 65 and this gets 45. And this is good to know, the step here, because like, look, this probability shifted from 21 to 64 the moment last night's opening price got breached, which is why everybody was rolling over the shorts. 41, let me make sure I got that right. 45. All right, so that's where we're at, all right? And so now we're gonna come to our indicator. Shaggy, you listening? Because I'm doing this just for you, by the way. And you Asia-based traders like Trader King. Wow, look at that. We're inside of our low of the day, end of day zone. Haha, crazy. All right, so the other thing that we'll do for Asia is we'll switch our indicator to Asia. Come to the daily profile, reset it, change it to Asia. And then we're going to put in what New York 1 of today and New York 2 of today did. So what's short true for New York 2, short true for New York 1. And so right now, we can see in Asia, right, there's a 62% probability of breaking New York 2, OU, and a 78% probability of breaking New York 1, wherever they land on the battlefield, right? There's a 55 over 40 for a long versus a short, which is why I said on the daily candle science, pay attention to these quad levels in the 1800. We could just very easily put a low for Asia in tonight. All right, so now we've got that. And so now we know we're going to war game real quick. We're not going to spend too much time on this. We're going to say, hey, if we go long in and out of Asia, and Gunship gives us longs, and Asia daily profile gives us long, what the probability of continuation is going to be. And we select long right here. And we can see that there's a 65% probability of true. There's a 34% probability of false. So if we go with the highest probability, if we break out of Asia, we can expect, now look at this. Look at this price model, right? What do we understand? What do we see about the price model? It doesn't necessarily, it goes long later than usual, right? It goes long around the 1930 to the 2000. And then we get range until 2130. And then we get, it's just legging up, range, leg up, range, leg up. So we're going to remember that when Gunship is stopping you out to the downside and then it reverses on you, we're going to remember what this looks like. Now that's what the higher probability looks like. Now the false will look like this, right? Again, if we look at 18 to 1930 all the way to 1945, it looks like a pretty tight range. And then 1945, 50 to 2010, the macro boys will be happy about this. If we're going to go false, which is a lower probability, right? We'll put the major pivot in around that 2000 hour and then start selling off, range, sell off, range, right? So that's the long sequence. And this is, if we go long, remember our probabilities for candle signs support this one. Now, if we go short, God, I give you guys so much every single day, right? Short, we can see that there's less of a probability of true, but only by 5%. So short gives us 60% true, 39% false. So if we go true, which is in support of the previous day low and what candle science, you can see it's just quarters should be trusted. And then you go into a range between 2200 and midnight, and then London and early London does this thing. We go false, right? We can see it's a very clear confined signature at 2000 to 2100, right? And then it just starts getting walled between 23 and midnight and all that. So that is your game plan for tonight. We went over all four possibilities. We went over what we're anticipating candle science probabilities to do. So now we can move on. All right. So I'm not going to reward game this situation. I'm going to get away from that, and I'd rather do Asia. If you don't have any questions about if we did this or how we did it, feel free to go back and look at the war game video that we do Monday through Friday. It starts at 8:30 in the morning, and it lasts about it. On Mondays, it usually lasts about an hour or 45 minutes. On Tuesday through Friday, it usually lasts 30 minutes, right? All right, so if you're still rusty on it, go back and rewatch it, right? All right, so we know that there's two possibilities. We're going to go down to come up. We're going to come into this green box to come up, or we're going to go down to stay down, right? I'm going to reset up everything. Any questions about Asia? Was that helpful? I'm ready for a nap. I hate doing YouTube reengineerings. I feel like I'm talking to
It's definitely weird because we got that delay.
Yeah. It's like I'm talking into the abyss. All right, so tonight we saw that Asia was a long false, London was a long true, right? So they sold off Asia and they bought up London. And then we went down, right? So we knew this was a long false, this was a long true. And we went short. We knew that there's two possibilities that we could expect. We could expect to go down to come up, or we were going to go down. We identified the 4-step reversal and what we'd be looking for versus a 4-step continuation. We knew that this area right here, where it's 6.9 is 40 basis points, was going to be a line. We knew that this line with the 50th percentile was going to be our eye to keep focus on to see if we puked below it and then kept going, or did we bounce, right? We knew what the 4-step reversal looks like. It's the same steps we do every single day. I know, champ. So we knew that the probabilities were high, right? For settlement, for Globex Open was normal, but for the RTH 50, which is where Globex Open is, like that was like 80%. The 25 was like 50% or 80%. We knew that we had reasons to go higher if it wanted to, but we had to wait for live price, right? And so let's turn on the system and start making decisions. We knew that we had already breached one of the steps for the 4-step continuation. That was blowing through the low of the day for the short false mode to median zone, which was right here between previous day mid and P12 mid. All right. All right, 9:30 opens up. And we knew that we were going to use gunship to kind of help guide our hands. We know that daily profile, candle science, think of that as out of stat conditional based probabilities. Think of what the gunship, MFE and MAE is in stat, local market and volatility conditions. And you're lining up the left screen with the right screen, out of stat with in stat data. All right. I'm trying to get you guys to think about this. So you don't have to think so robotic and you can be dynamic with the market, because that's what the market is. It's dynamic. If it was linear, nobody would have a job. They all would have cracked the stock market. All right, so 9:30 opens up. We start selling, first 5-minute candle, right? Engulfing up. I need to turn my gunship on. There we go. We know that the front run trader should have got signal short right here, right? And they should have been paying attention to where they were going to take sellers from, right? Because it got triggered, right? So we know. All right, so let's go into this real quick, right? And this is more for people in the boot camp and the pack trade group than the free side, right? We've got this box, and this box below us, right? Because we're taking shorts, where should our first cash flow be? Should be this box this box, the middle one, the top, the middle, or the bottom? What should you cover the queen 10 basis points off of entry? Your first cash flow can either be here, here, or here. Where should it be and why? And what does it out of sample daily profile probabilities tell us where it should be? It should be the top box, right? Because short true is not expected between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. So at any given time, it can reverse on us. Now, to the upside, if we took longs out of the upside, should it be the bottom box or the top box? And this is mostly for the boot camp to get you thinking more dynamic and lining up tools. For our first cash flow, we're still going to cover the queen 10 basis points, but it should be this box, or the top box. Bottom box, middle box, or top box. And why? I'll give you guys some time. No, not the bottom, but the middle, right? Because short false was the higher probability. So I'm going to let my cover the queen cover my risk. Then I'm going to let my first cash flow target get more of the meat of the pie because the probabilities are lining up with it. And then I'll let my runners run into heaven, right? If it wants to do that, because there's a lot of upside targets. All right. So if I put these boxes on, we saw this morning when we were wargaming, right? Let's put on our top box. Think globally. We see that this Globex open and this 50% had high probability. We saw that if we do a short false, we were going to make a low of the day at between 9:30 and 10, right? We knew that if we were going to go short false, what is happening? Oh, I got New York 2 selected. Let me get rid of that. Right? If we're going to go short false, we're expecting that 9:30, low of the day, end of day, high of day. So we wanted to get more of the out of the opening price trade, right? And so that's why for the short false, we're going to expect that. For the short true, we went with the top box for our cash flow, and we let runners prove to us if we could hang on that it was going to be an end of day, low day. But we know that, yes, a short true is cool, but at any given moment, it can go towards the higher probability of a short false, right? So we want to hang on to runners for the short false. We want to collect cash flow as quick as possible for the short true, because at any given moment, we don't want to get caught with bad risk management. We can always add 2 at 9:45 or at 10 o'clock for the runners if the true really steps in, right? All right, so there's that. All right, so we know that the first 5-minute candle was red, right? Second 5-minute candle, and right here, right, we get some cool stats. All right, these are the MAEs of the successful true days. At no point should it have ever had breached this red point if it was going to stay below here. So our risk can go here, right? For pullbacks, so this would be breakout. Front run would have been the last 5-minute candle. And now for pullback traders, they know that this is the area that they should be engaging with price from, because this has got a 90% all the way to 50% probability of successful pullbacks to hit. And this is like 50 to 60 or 50 to 40% probability, and this is like 40 to 1% probability. All right. So that's another thing for you. And we know that right here, we're going to pay attention to this pink line because 50% of the false moves. So right now, this would be true if we can stay below this gold box. But 50% of the false moves where we go down to come up and bridge this gold box, they came to this level right here. All right. So we know we're going to be looking at that. We know that there's still, just like this green pullback has a 70 to 90% probability of pullback. We know that this green box, right, coming from the 730 to 830 MFE has a 70% probability. So between this cool little low right here, all the way to this green box, you think 100, 99, 98, 97, 96, 95, blah, 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 80, 79, 78, 76, 75, 70. And then from this green box to here, 50, right? So you should be thinking that way, right? All right. So now we know we're just looking for the 4-step reversal or the shorts for the short true. All right, you hit the 70% probability. You hit your cash flow target to the downside. You're approaching the peak line, right? 945 opens up, and you come to cash flow box number 2, right? For the true. You start breaching the area that we said we don't want to see breached. Now, I'm not one of these guys who thinks we have to have a close or a touch. Like, no, like I want to see what live price is doing. Is it stepping below this P12 low and finding footing, or is it sucking back into the range? Yeah, we touched it, but that does not mean it's instantly going to be a true. I definitely start thinking, yes, absolutely true. If we can definitely start closing, and the farther away from 930 we get and staying underneath this 10 basis points and staying below the 930 midpoint and the low, like I'm thinking true state. What can we do? We started sucking back into the range. Then we start attacking it again. And then we start sucking back into the range. All right, so at this point, this could have very easily been read as a 945 reversal, right? All right, 10 o'clock's opening up. All right. Our hour probability flags and our 3-hour probability flags, meaning the 11 o'clock and the 12 o'clock. We'll make this red for the hour. We know 11 o'clock's probability flag is underneath this low. We know that the 12 o'clock probability flag is underneath that low. We know that we are in, no, we go this one. Actually, I kind of like black. We're going to do black. Red and black, Intimidator. All right. So we know that they're both down, even though we're starting to look like we're going to do the first step of the 4-step reversal, right? 4-step reversal is not done until instat low, 10 o'clock takes out 9 o'clock's high. Right? We start rejecting, we start feeding back into this footprint. Start bouncing off the 5 basis points. We're going to let Q2 show us, right? Q2 opens up, it takes out Q1's low. So we're in the second hour of a 3-hour, all right? We're going to look for sweepers, and we're going to look for Q3 and Q4 quarters break to see if this is an apex up or a line signature down, right? Again, right? This is the area that we said we'd go true. Is live price confirming it, right? Well, with all these wicks, it's not, right? And why do we do the sweeper? Because you can see statistically, right? You can see, right, the mid, oh, this is the 3-hour one. You guys don't want to see the 3-hour stats, right? We know if this is a true sweeper and it's going to give us an apex up, right? That means it took out previous week or hourly low, right? There's a 66% probability right here. And now our eye is going to focus on can price get back to that previous hour mid, because there's only a 34% probability of that, and there's a 16% probability of that, which is saying this was a good reversal because it's going for the lower probabilities over these beefy high probabilities down here. All right. From a 3-hour approach, you know, it's not something we talk about. Besides with line and apex, right? So we know our eye should be focused on price and that previous hour 50. And so we breach it. Not only do we breach it, but this whole second quarter canceled that whole Q1 high, Q4 low. Now we got a doji alert. And we got an apex alert for 11 o'clock. And now our hour probability flag flipped up, and our 3-hour probability flag will flip up once we cross over the 9 o'clock opening price. for 12 o'clock. So this will flip up once we cross over this. This is already flipped up, and we got to get quarters guided. We're going to pay attention to how we close this hour, right, in relationship to the opening price. All right. So, and we're also expecting a doji hourly candle, meaning more wick than body. All right. So Q3 is opened up. Q4 opens up, takes out Q3's high. We already have a doji alert. We already have an apex signature, right? We're just paying attention to how we want to close because that will determine whether 12 o'clock hourly flag will go for 11 o'clock. But right now, it's up here. Right? And so 11 o'clock opens up. Right there. And you know now, 11 o'clock, you've got an apex alert up. So you're expecting 1 hour down, 2 hour down, and then 3 hour up. Right? And you know that this probability that is specifically for the hours only is supporting it. Right? So the next hour opens up. We're going to pay attention to this opening price because until we take out this higher low, we're in a C3 state, and the previous hour opening price matters. Once we take out a higher low, then we use quarters to guide it. There's your apex. First 15-minute is developed. Right? Same signature. We're paying attention to this 50. Right? Can Q2 take out Q1's high? Is this a sweeper? Let's see. Right? Are there higher probabilities? Right? You got a 59% probability right here. Right? Damn it, I did the wrong one again. It's the 3 hour. This is the 1 hour. Right? You got a 60% probability here. If we breach the midpoint, right? Number one, if Q2 takes out Q1's low, you're expecting Q1 high, Q4 low. And if we breach that midpoint, live price is saying it wants the 24% over the 60% probability. All right? So like I use opening prices as like your changes in your stated delivery or your change of character, like if you're a market structure. I use 50s as like that market structure shift approach. That's as much as I know about structure. I'll just leave it at that. Right? But that's my decision points. Right? All right, we can turn that off. Are you guys listening? Because you're not typing in the chat. And it's scaring me. Somebody type in the chat. You guys are awkward. While you do that, I'm gonna get a drink.
Wake up! Just scared somebody.
You did. Ooh, Bark 28. Thank you. All right. Is this helping you, Bark 28? Is you're new? At least I think you're new. Bark 28. Is this helping? Heck yeah. I came on today just for you, brother. Definitely didn't come on for Doji Cat, even though he shows up to all mine for like a year now. All right, moving on. Right? So we're paying attention to can the second 15-minute, which we call Q2 of this hour, take out the low, right? And then can we come here, right? We're already seeing that we're in a C2 state now, and now it's all about the opening price, the current opening price, and how we're going to close in relationship to that. We've already got our apex. So Q2 takes out the low. We're expecting Q1 high, Q4 low for the hour, right? All right. Now the action that Q2 did was it completely sucked back into the range, but our rules don't change regardless of the hour. Q1 high, Q4 low. If we breach it, it's a doji signature. We expect more work than body, right? We know that this is the quarter high that we're looking at right here, right now. And if we break that, then we expect the rest of the hour to end to the downside, right? We know our 12 o'clock hour probability flag is down. We know that our 12 o'clock, the 1500 hour probability flag is down, right? So we couldn't take that one out. We couldn't take out Q2's high. So now we're going into Q4. Now Q3 high is the signature that we're looking for. There's your Q1 high, Q4 low. You breached the previous hour 50. Got great structure. We know New York 2 is developing right now, so we can get stats on the afternoon range. All right, so now we're opening up below this opening price, right? We know when we open up, the hour probability flag will be down here and the 3-hour probability flag will be here. We know that this opening price, the 11 o'clock and the 9 o'clock, which just magically happens to stack on top of each other, is the only thing until we take out the low or the high that can shift these probability flags at this point, right? So we're expecting 12 o'clock, which is actually 1300, to come lower, right? We're expecting 1500 to be lower, right? Unless we get a reversal. There we go. Now we know that the hour probability flag is no longer in a C3 state. It is now in a C2. So this current opening price matters for the 1 hour, and we're going to use quarters to guide it whichever direction it wants to go. And the 3-hour opening price is still up here because we haven't taken out a 3-hour high or low. So we use this one for the 3-hour and this one for the 1 hour. We're starting hour 1 of a 3-hour cycle because it's 12 o'clock. And we know that we're going to be looking for the perfect line signature, the false 05, or the first 5-minute line signature to the up or the downside within this hour. Specifically, the first 15 minutes, and we're going to let Q2 confirm it. Then we're going to let the doji alert, if we get it, confirm if it's true or false. Right? All right, Q1 opened up. We can shift this over here. Right? And Q2 takes out Q1's low. So we're expecting Q1 high, Q4 low, right? We know that the quarter probability, this high, will be the alert if we decide to have this hour be a doji alert, right? We know that 1500 is still down. 1300 probability flag is still down. We're expecting Q1 high, Q4 low. Q3 opens up, and we went short out of New York 2. So just like we do for Asia, London, New York 1, we're going to do the same thing. We know that this was a true. We broke London, I believe. Yep, we broke London. Oh, let me put that back on. So just like you saw us do from 7:30 to 8:30, that was our range. In the afternoon, we use 11:30 to 12:30, and the cutoff time is at 1600, right, to pull data from. Right, so now, right, we know that we went short New York 2. Right, we already know that the highest probable low of the day is now in the day. Right, and so New York 2 has a 58% chance of true continuation down versus a false reversal up, right? So just like we do in the mornings, our price models confirm the structure. So we'll expect an end-of-day, low-of-day, trend down, right? But we still have to look for the lower probability, all right? Right, so we're going to click on false, and we can see if we go down to come up, 1320 will be the time that it makes that major pivot. 1400 will retrace this, giving you ICT traders that OTE entry, and then we should start rallying up. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what we did, but and the cool thing about the way we trade is we know time best, right? Because we have stats to prove it, right? We have stats on when you guys are expecting your breakers and your supply and demand zones to be responded, your structure, right? We know exactly when that's supposed to form, right? Whether we use the daily profile, we know the probability of continuation versus reversal. We know, right? Now, when you guys should be expecting your true and your false based off any time-based range, right? Whichever one you want to draw, however you want to draw it. You guys like soup and stuff, right? I think I said that, right? Soup and stuff, right? We know when your soups happen, right? So the day I wasn't able to attend the market since I got off error, right? Because I was busy, right? But my process doesn't change at all, right? At all, right? So if I was to jump on at 1300, the first thing I would look for is, did we go directional? Did we break out at 11:30 to 12:30? If no, then just be patient. Use hourly quarters and 3-hour line and apex signatures. But we did. So I know my job is to sell the market until 1300, and then if I see reversal signatures in a Q1 low and a Q4 high at 1300, to start shifting my thought process to longs and start reducing my risk to shorts. right? You see, you don't need to be a statistic nerd like me and Austin are to look at cool little pictures and big numbers. And, this tells us clear as day what to expect. We're going to range from 11:30 to 14:30 if we're going to get the short falls. If we're going to go with the higher probabilities, we're going to start really selling off. Well, let's see which one 11:30 to 12:30 did so far. All right, let's see if we can put the square in the square peg. All right, so I'm going to just paste the true scenario. 11:30 to 12:30 is right here, so I guess I could make it bigger. Right, and then I'm going to, over top of that, paste the false scenario. And then we're going to let I suck at this. All right, and then I forgot how to do it. So right here is 11:30. Right here. Right? There's 11:30 and this is 12. So does 11:30 to 12 look like this? We went down, we came back up, and then we sold. Or does 11:30 to 12 look like this? Right? It looks more like this, which is the higher probability. All right? That's it. So now we know right out of the gate, we're expecting a short true, and it's just 12:31. Why? Because the statistical structure of the true came in, but we're going to be aware at 1300 for that reversal anyway. Lee, I can see why people fight statistics, because it takes all of your ego, pride, and your data boys away. Right? All right, so we're expecting Q1 high, Q4 low. Right? We know that 1300, we're paying attention. All right, we start getting retracement. We know that Q3's right here. Q3 high is the high to give us a doji alert. Couldn't take it out. Q4 opens up. There's Q1 high, Q4 low. Right? Now we're going into 1300. We know that, if I put, I'll do it. You guys better be glad I erased it. If I just look at this, right, from 1130 to 1300, right, back to this, right, we did not see this. We did see this. Right, this is exactly what we saw actually. Right, I'll even put the timestamp on it. All right, this is what we saw. All right, so we know that we're going to be super diligent. We're going to keep selling, all right, because we're expecting end of day low of day. We already have a 1236 low of the day that's supporting that end of day low of the day. We already got structure telling us we've got 2 hours giving us Q1 high, Q4 low, Q1 high, Q4 low in a row. Right, we got a false hill 5 line signature down. We've got our probabilities for 1400 and now 1500, right? All to the downside, right? 1300 better be very, 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 it better be very obvious when it comes to trying to get us to engage with longs, right? Mask Cat, right? It's really good seeing you. He's a very good friend of the boot camp, and he's also a very, very good contributor of the boot camp. If you start looking into some of the tools, right, you'll see that he is, I'll just put it like this. He is one of the few students that over the last 8 months, right, has had 6-figure monthly back to back to back for 8 months straight. But you can see where I like to give him his shout out. Mass right here, and that's his profile picture. He's a really good friend of the community. All right, moving on. So right? So we know what we're looking for 1300. We know that this is the opening price. We'll open it up in a C3 state. This previous opening price matters, right? Once we take out a low, then it becomes the current, and we're going to use quarters. We know that it's the second hour of a 3 hour. We're going to use sweepers in Q3 and Q4 for apex signatures. If we don't get it, we keep selling the rips for a new low of the day. Break out to the upside. Q2 comes out, takes out the low, expect a Q1 high, Q4 low. You know, your 1400 hour probability flag is still down, your 15 is down, and your low of the day zone for a short true is still right here. It's pretty freaking magical. All right, 1400 is opening up, the same thing. This is the opening price that matters. 1 hour probability flags here, 2 hour probability flags here. We did not get the pivot that we were looking for at 1300, so we should still be selling rips. And there, stop. We're going to rewind. Anyway, same thing. We breached right here. So our probability flag flipped up. And then Q2 took it out right there. So you're expecting Q1 high, Q4 low, end of day low of the day, right? That's all she wrote. And that is your war game for today, ladies and gentlemen. What are your thoughts? What are your questions? Did you have fun?
Tell you one thing, I didn't have fun with Trump.
You gotta, you know what? You gotta get stopped out to get TP, man. That's just part of trading, dude. Like Gunship completely annihilated today. Like it destroyed it.
Yeah, it did really well.
All right, just a quick reminder, I won't be doing War Game tomorrow. Check out Austin's tweet for the War Game. And I won't be doing re-engineering neither. If any of you cool bootcamp members would like to do re-engineering in the Discord, feel free to. If any of you cool bootcamp members would like to jump on stage with Pocket tomorrow and do War Game with him, you're more than welcome to. But I'm not going to pull your arm. Other than that, I got nothing else.
Dope. Well, guys, this was another long stream, and I think it was a really good one. I think today you guys got to see another just great example of just same repeatable workflow. We're a broken record every week because that's what profitable trading is. You just show up, do the same thing, learn from any mistakes or misalignment that you had, and then show up again tomorrow. So hope you guys got value. I am going to have a very long sleep tonight to get caught up on my sleep debt. And we're going to hit the ground running tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So have a great rest of your all's day. Stay grinding on your goals, and never, ever, ever let anyone tell you that you can't do something they never done themselves. I'll see y'all later. Bye, everybody.
Later.
Are you stuck doing market shenanigans? Stop trading on feelings. Luck is not a strategy. Trading demands discipline and a detailed business plan. Stop rushing to failure. We teach objective statistical trading. We turn market noise into quantifiable facts with our bleeding edge tools at thedailyprofiler.com. Journal your trades, your thoughts, your wins and failures. It ties everything together into a single place. Your journaling software isn't just a diary, it's your personal risk manager, locking down your risk parameters daily and weekly. Let the platform show you the advanced statistical analysis of your decisions and their outcomes with a professional grading system, including backtest valuations, generating deep insight, and showing you exactly where you have to focus on. Master the Daily Profiler. It instantly defines the market environment. Utilize the 4 steps for perfect reversal alignment. You gain instant clarity with our indicators. See the exact levels, 05 boxes, hourly, quarterly, and 3-hour logic. We provide the foundation for your success. Forget guessing candle fortunes. Our candle science uses previous open, high, low, close patterns to predict the next bar's probability. This means replacing subjective chart storytelling with objective statistics only. Knowledge means nothing without execution. That is where the pack steps in. Join an elite community focused on collaboration. Get guidance from experienced squad leaders. True mastery requires live market repetition. Our job is to move you from familiar to proficient to mastery. Stop guessing what happens next. Define your risk. Own your product.